Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は338日目です。It is day 338. Yesterday was our lesson day, right, for level 32. We try to keep on task today. Still playing a little bit of time catching up. So we had a really fun time chatting, yapping about deeper things. Had a fun little discussion near the end, trying to tackle and rekindle some of my science-y pastimes. Anyways, shouldn't be too bad today, right? 81. There's like another set somewhere, probably a burn set. Oh, right. Is it? Okay.
お
お
水
水。変死。Yeah, some burn items. Oh, this one's kind of weird.
汚れる 久しい
おてん。大変。温暖。自動的。お。天井。like heaven's surrounding, is it? What the天井。天井。No. Ceiling. 賛成。役者。Whoops. I thought it was your 役者。だ。
雑費
how do you spell this? Heck, I think I might have missed enough. E, okay. 桜色。
抱負
Oh, no, wait.
脂肪 折り紙
正当。
頑丈
Um, like sturdy or like hard or sturdy is good, but it's not the best. Or solid, okay, solid, firm, okay. Oh, fua fua. Oh,
技術
桜
Okay. Oh no. No.荷物 Dang it. How do I... Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. Wait. What? Oh no, wrong type of showy. Something about our... We're gonna have to come back to this. Yeah. Nope. Not happening there.
Someru.
Oops.
Logan. 自民党
No.
約束する
約束する。Uh-oh. Wait. Uh-oh. Whoops. Really? Like, 主情。Huh. Oh, there, Mika. This is Prime Minister. Mm.
首相
Oh. Enzen. Ooh. Hanzen.
不完全
You're not enjoying your HanziHero reviews today? Yeah, ups and downs. Ups and downs.
Sento
Oh. What's
重
on
ね
the
る
new? Hmm. Was I? Oh. This is like to cover an event. I don't like Tosai. Lessons are okay today. Lessons are always okay for you because you take the exposure. But having issues with mnemonics, mostly with the ones that are 2 or 4 days old, that would stem from the lessons.
Shuzai
Okay. Kokorozashi.
志
Kokorozashi. It's Utsukiを利用するの利用する Let's do graduate. Let's そう。と、卒業する。
卒業する。
卒業する。
眼球。衛星。直進。
閉める。
赤。仏像。
仏像。
取る。
You'll sleep at a fair time today? Solid. Perhaps. That may help with focus and memory for future reviews, indeed.
丈夫。
恩人。買う。雑音。事変。液体。
社会と。印鑑。
No clue how you function on the current 3 to 5 schedule, honestly. Well, you better start finding out why you do that, I suppose.
欲求。
昇進。
残す。
返す。
返す。That's funny. We were just talking about how this is this kai is atamadaka. Forgot about kaesu versus kaeru. Huh.
目。
訳す。
10? 19? No, 妥協する。
妥協する。
Your arm still hurts from moving your hands for some reason. You wonder if it'll go away by the morning? No. Hopefully it does when you rest. This does solve a lot of things. Sotsugyōshiki. Sotsugyōshiki. Alright, good luck. Good luck with your Anki reviews, James. Good luck, good luck.
成績
Seiseki. Grades.
順序
Injo.
意欲
意欲。
通
通
訳
訳。通訳。
先祖
戦争。先祖。福島。福島。
共
共産
産党
党。Risk, dare, same difference.
竹
竹。
複雑
雑。
銭序
余
文
分。余分。
食欲
食欲。
祖父
一個。
希
希望
望する
する。
鑑
安
定
定。A model that is determined. How do we model determine things? This one's negotiable, I think. Okay. Like structure. model. Think 7 hours a day would be sustainable sleep. I mean, that would be you would find out. And find out. Sustainable deals with habit formation as well. So if you can't form a habit, it's not sustainable, despite it being potentially useful. Yeah, I think we're getting a pass on the appraisal. Yeah. Not today. Okay.
折り目
Alternating is not consistency. So you either do it across all 6 hours, or you're doing 7.5. You're asking if something is sustainable, but you haven't done anything. You didn't decide on something that's consistent. Old. Oh. Got. Ooh.
感染
Consent. Wait. Another infection. Yeah. Oh. And then your heck. And your
伝染病 功績
生じる採
採
血
血 uh-oh. No one said it was easy. That's ironic, considering if you were to aim for 6 hours instead of alternating 6 and 7.5 hours, that would end up being easier than hard. But you kind of just chose to look at it as you can't get your way, so it's hard. German. Oh, voting.
Yude tamago.
Tamako.
変 衛生
衛
芸術家
Gejusuka.
折れる
Oreru. What? It's me? Oh. Right. Do.
血液
Oh no, Waka? Ra.
汚染
Sen.
妨害
Ogai. Mm. They're all kind of similar. N. What the Ken? Thing suitable. I'm dealing with risk. Why can't school hours start at 7 p.m.? If school hours started with 7 p.m., you'll still find problems with it. Realistically, you'll find problems with everything because you work on idealism.
Kihon
本
的
的 7 p.m. doesn't change the problem you're having right now. 7 p.m. doesn't promote consistency. Honteki. No? Okay. Uh-oh. Yo? Yeah. Wait. Ryu. Ryu and Do. How we do this? Do and Do. The rules. Do and do. Superfluous. Shin? Oh no. This. Huh. That's not good. That's terrible. Oretsu? Hmm. It's probably Q or line. Was how are you different? Line of text. So, oops.
行列
Got it. That's Chinese. Hikaru?
手軽
Hang on. Light-handed. And light, just lightweight. Huh. He used to have consistent sleep schedule a couple years back. Wonder why that works so well and why current doesn't? Certainly be a question you're able to answer. At some point. Light-handed. Thought it may be something just light or easy. Oh no, it might be like simple. Oh, okay.
直線
Oh, what's happening? Why am I drawing a blank on distant? Oh, I remember now. A. Ori.
料理人
Oh, this could help with that other one. Can it? No, it doesn't really.
豪華
Oh, yeah, it doesn't. The one that. Oh.
Kaeru.
Kaeru. Yeah, that's drama's not here, but we talked about Kaeru 2 days in a row. This is Kaeru. And then the other one was Kaisu. Okay, ooh. Not happy. Is it joy? What the? What word did they use? All of those other ones are perfectly alright. It's probably something like happiness. Come on. Come on, WaniKani. You can do better than that. Oh, that horrible kanji one about drama? You have so much drama? Which one was that? Drama. Wake. Wake. Okay.
机 外来
This one's actually special.
和訳
Wayake. The Airu. Drama. Interesting. I can kind of see that. Airu is change. Yeah, to change. Drama. Let me go look. Drama. There's drama? Machiai's waiting room is not drama either. Machi is wait and I is to meet and stuff. I don't know where the drama is coming from. Oh, you're talking about this. Just kidding.
待合室
You were talking about what's on my screen. I was looking at Jisho. I have no idea what you mean by drama.
変化
Okay. It's still like a tongue twister. Machiaishitsu? Yeah.
肉欲
Rikuyoku. Rikuyoku.
Yeah.
Oh, the drama thing in YouTube streams, you try to add parentheses with context about what was being said at the time due to stream delay. And that helps you remember hen? I'm still not sure which character you're referring to. Kaeru uses hen. The character is hen. And then you said drama, and I'm like, I don't know what Kaeru have anything to do with drama at the moment. You really want to learn some tongue twisters? The ones Real Japan do are good. There's a song by Mono no Aware where the lyrics are all tongue twisters. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we talked about the hen character. Yeah. There, Mika, you probably heard Taihen. Taihen this. Taihen this a lot. Taihen means like, oh boy, difficult, tough, like, you probably, technically in English, you say Taihen this like 40 times in a row on a regular day. Like, why does it have to be so hard? Taihen this. It's like, why can't class just start at 7 p.m? Taihen this. that would be how you would remember hen if you want. Tai is just very or a lot. So taihen this. Your favorite is banana no, I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna assume it has something to do with, okay, the mystery. I see. Nata and then mystery again with nano nazo. Interesting. That's all. Nazo? Okay. I see. So we're doing nazo. Oh, I see. The tongue twisters around nazo. I see. Interesting.
AQ.
You know, the stereotypical one that people keep telling me about is niwa. You know, all the things with niwa. Niwatori, right? Niwatori and niwa for garden, and then niwa for like maybe feathers, 2 feathers. That one happens a lot. People enjoy that one. I don't exactly know what the tongue twister was, but it deals with niwa. Yeah, the moment someone, you know, you come by and then it's like, oh, this person's learning niwatori. And then it's like, oh, did you learn niwa yet for a garden? Yeah. Like, oh, here's a tongue twister. It's like, oh, that's cute. Tongue twisters are fun. I don't know a lot of English tongue twisters either. You know, outside the meme stuff like seashells by the seashore situation, or how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, right? Your typical ones. Red lorry, yellow lorry. Interesting. Yeah, the two like Americana ones are like seashells by the seashore. I don't know if how much woodchuck can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood was Americana or British. I think seashells by the seashore might be British before it was Americana. The Lathe police dismisses us. Oh, interesting. Like kind of a older English thing. Dismisseth us. Oh, here's one for English. They're not tongue twisters, but it's more like old age English stuff. Old age English stuff. Okay, so the repeating thing is not this. Yeah, that's fun. That's interesting. Repeating things, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't ever associated tongue twisters with repeating phrases, but more so the long sentences that have repetitious sound. The the dismisseth, right? Dismisseth. There's expiring ending words in English that are not very common anymore, at least not in the Americana sense. So things like desks, tesks, I still say those things. So like if I'm talking to someone younger, I would say desk, or I would say like des, s, as opposed to desks, desks. That's kind of like the dismisseth. Dismisseth is like one of those like older English things that kind of, some of the stuff I still preserve the endings. Also, I guess the dropping of K's and the dropping of T's. Quite a lot of things that have been dropped already. Yeah, saying things like that 5 times as fast as you can is a common challenge. Now hear me out. Those things do the opposite of what I feel one should articulate. It's largely about articulation, and articulation is not about speed. So I often find that the ones where you have to repeat as quickly as possible as opposed to slowly enunciating it, it's kind of like the opposite effect. I'm not quite sure if the tongue twister is fun because you want to trip people up, or it's fun because you can say those things in a manner that helps you articulate. Like for example, when you speed up, that's not quite what the function. Yeah, it's more of a, well, I disagree about that. I don't like the kid. Oh, wait. Actually, we have to clarify. I agree with you. That's more of a thing that kids do for fun, to speed up. Yeah, I agree with that. Like to speed up until you like trip up and like quote unquote twist your tongue. Older, when I'm like, now that I'm older and stuff, I typically like the idea of tongue twisters in order to help people articulate. So like when you say red lorry, yellow lorry, like you know, red lorry, yellow lorry over and over, right? Like red lorry, yellow lorry. The idea is you're using tongue twisters to help you articulate. So you're actually slowing down to reach a point. Yeah, actors, exactly. Actors use tongue twisters to warm up. So that's what I do. I like tongue twisters for that reason. It's to try to slow down, then warm up, and then you stay at a point where you still have articulation, as opposed to kids who like, oh yeah, just say it as fast as possible. And then that the fun part is like screwing up and whatnot. Yeah, they have practical purposes. Yeah, tongue twisters. When James was saying he was interested in tongue twisters, I was trying to empathize. Like I enjoy tongue twisters because they have functions in a speech. If you say, you know, she sell seashells by the seashore, right? The idea is you're trying to find where your cadence is, and then it helps you like warm up in the day. Sometimes when you haven't spoken in a long time, it can come off as like things do not have articulation in them. And the dismissive is a great way to like kind of get the at the end. Thus, and this, that, these, those, right? Thoughts, think. Like, I think thoughts that thrill them. I think thought, you know, and it's already tough for me. Like, I think thoughts that thrill them. So when you say it slower and you're trying to warm up, it kind of gets your mouth going, which can really help with it. You know, it can help with articulating sounds which are close to each other. Yeah. And then one of the nice things about tongue twisters, in my opinion, is sometimes it gets you to relate sounds together. Like if you start thinking about words that sound similar or concepts that sound similar, you can form relationships with them, the way the sound is and how your mouth shape works. So then you can appreciate the subtle differences, like between this, these, that, think, talk, fort, though, thy, thus. It's really like cathartic in my opinion. And then you can do ending ones, you know. It's interesting that in English a lot of times the tongue twisters are the beginning sounds. Sometimes ending sounds are pretty wonderful too when you string ending sounds. And then that was the desks, desks, sketches, chairs. There's different endings that you can like help with the articulation. Dropping the endings of sounds kind of makes it sound like you're sliding into everything. So when you have sharp sounds like what is it? Snatch, right? Snatch, swipe, stitch, task. Those things then can close up your not that there it's good or bad, like you can trail off and all of that. The idea, like the perception of sharp articulation, at least in English, deals with like strongly starting and also strongly ending in each of your words. Then it feels like all the words are very sharp. Like instead of saying sharp with a slight right? Sharp versus sharp. It's interesting, for sure. You used to struggle separating free and three. Oh, I have a fun little story. I have a tiny story. So I was watching, I like playing Persona, right? Like Persona 5, the Phantom X, and I was looking at like Japanese people covering Phantom X, right? Or actually, I take it back. It's hard to tell, but that person was either Chinese. It was likely more Chinese. They were speaking two different languages, but when they were speaking English, their accent was coming sort of from Chinese. It's more likely from Chinese. And you know how gacha games, right? Gacha games have skills, like skill names that are very complicated skill names. So this person was trying to describe how he tackles an event. And every time he went to say, oh, okay, so now, you know, Ayaka, use Ayaka's turn, use skill tree. And I'm like, what skill tree? Like, Ayaka doesn't have a skill named tree? Like, what the heck? And he kept saying this, like, skill true. Skill true and skill tree. And I'm like, I don't know what skills this person is talking about. Like, I swear I understand this game. And the person was pretty rapid. Like, they were talking constantly and like, oh, now I get it, because he was selecting his skills very quickly, right? 1, 2, 3. It's like, oh, okay, now is the perfect time to use skill tree. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. Yeah, skill tree. Because hear me out. You might be thinking, that doesn't, in this context, you can only interpret it as skill 3, right? Skill 3. That's, to me, I was way off base. I thought he was talking about the skill tree. Like, what I mean is like the build, like the character build. Like, He was referring to like some sort of. At first, I thought he wasn't speaking English because he was kind of like going back and forth between the languages. So this is kind of one of those moments that's interesting. And then once I was able to hear it, I no longer had problems understanding him. And this occurs a lot at universities, especially when you're at a like international one. And it also occurs in conventions, like when you go to like, well, not really conventions, but like conferences is what the word would be used for these, like conferences. When people talk, it takes like a couple minutes, but you kind of get on back on the bicycle quite quickly. And it's not a bad or good thing. It's interesting that you can notice these things over time when you're comparing and contrasting sounds. A tree is a very, very solid indicator. This person was reading Chinese on their screen, so they're lightly Chinese, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're Chinese. Like they could be somewhere else, but tree is a really common one. th is very, very common. That's how I related to the tree thing. You guess it'd be common where you are too if you actually socialize. Yeah, tree. So when you said there's a lot of Mandarin or Canto, a lot of Cantonese speakers, tree definitely comes up quite a lot. I'm not sure if I grew up with the tree problem. I think I was more of the we. So this is the other one, right? Re versus we. So we are tree, right? We are tree. We are tree, as opposed to we are tree, right? Or we are three. So Ri can come up too, and this would be common to Japanese speakers as well. Ri versus we. It's interesting, and not because they can't, not because wa is not like wa exists, you know, wa, but at the same time when they go to add it to e, it can come up as we, as opposed to we. And this, I think it's more like the open re is more like what my parents do, my Chinese parents do. Re. Like roll, ra. So then it becomes re. I think it's endearing because you can tell that they speak a different language. It's not a bad thing to me. I think it means that they're trying to speak another language, and they can try to speak another language while also having another language. So that's more than one. It's someone who is trying to speak more than one language. And that is impressive. It is something more than they have to do a lot of times. Turns out it's quite 50-50 Mando Canto from what you hear. Oh, okay. So parents used to ask me why I say 3 as tree as a child, or like hui. Yeah, hui. Yeah, you used to swap a lot between, yeah, hui, chui. You get that, the we like a little open. And I think initially I had that problem, or not really that problem, but the difference, and then moving and being around multi-generational Americans, that kind of evaporated, you know, children, tribulations, assimilation, adaptation, what have you, conformity. To this day, my I don't know spelling enunciation isn't very good. Enunciation. Yeah. Honestly, it took me 20 years to, whenever someone says, you need to enunciate. I'm like, do you mean pronounce? No, enunciate. I'm like, I don't know what that means. It was through quite a lot of stern and direct feedback to my presentation style, my seminar style, that ultimately allowed me to non-verbally appreciate what someone means by articulation, which is dealing with enunciation. So articulation and projection. Projection is one that is a lot, in my opinion, felt a lot. So when someone's speaking to a mic, you might be thinking, all right, mic, you know, you can just amp it up and things will project. Like, you know, it's going into their, it's going into your ear holes and your headphones. You just turn up the volume and the person will be projecting. No, not particularly. The one that it took a while for me to understand when someone says, oh, you should project your voice a bit more. When you project, there's a form of confidence without being like unsure. And oftentimes people think projecting means to get louder. So then when you're in front of a mic, you're like, oh, you just get louder. You can crank up your volume. That doesn't create projection. Projection deals with like not doing this. Like you could really just close out your mouth and still be really loud, but not very quite clear. So a lot of times projection does get kind of muddled in with articulation. And those are the nebulous terms all the time when someone was talking about public speaking. They're like, okay, can you like articulate a little bit more and enunciate your words? And oh, don't forget to project it. And I'm like, so what does that actually mean? So over time, the way I had to learn what those are is to literally do it and see what the people say about my speaking. So it was those times when, hey guys, so today I'm going over my method on how to measure cells in a suspended solution and measuring the local concentration of my target protein. And then you start thinking like, oh, hey guys, today I will be demonstrating the methods, the different steps that I've taken to measure the local concentrations of my target protein, right? So it becomes like you literally can feel what you're doing is really almost feels exaggerated. The first time you have to go and do things, this relates to language learning. When you first start by committing to exaggeration, and then when you exaggerate and then slow down and refine that process, oftentimes projection, articulation, enunciation, and stuff becomes enough for you to intuit it. So oftentimes when people talk about, oh, but what about the bad habits of finding the subtleties in pitch accent and whatnot? You exaggerate it first, and then you narrow in on the separation and the nuances. So you have to learn how to walk, right? Grossly crawl and walk before you can do tiptoes and gymnastics. So the idea behind tongue twisters, so we're going to relate it way back to the point of this digression, which is tongue twisters. Tongue twisters are very similar. You can first investigate how you enunciate the things. So red lorry, yellow lorry. Red lorry, yellow lorry. Red lorry, yellow lorry. Right? Red lorry, yellow lorry. So a lot of times when you have sounds that are close together, you can also experiment with the sounds. Like, how can you manipulate a repetitious sound going up, down, extended? And it's part of English, not so much necessarily part of other languages. Yesterday we were talking about the stress accent, where it has like, you're doing 3 things simultaneously, at least minimally 3 things simultaneously, and they become attached to each other. Tongue twisters can help you separate them, because you'll hear the repetitious sound adjacent and next to some other sound. It can give you comparative and contrast through intuition to determine like the manipulations. Pitch accent is relative to each other, but when you take at least this is what I observe, when you understand the nature of another language, like for example Japanese's pitch accent, like I don't have like the knowledge to reproduce the pitch accent accurately yet, but I understand the nature of the pitch accent. Like I can imitate a pitch accent and tell you what it is. The idea is when you understand that, you can also appreciate why when a Japanese person speaks English, there are specific things that make them sound that way. Like how evenly spaced their English syllables are. Because of mora. Mora is the consistent thing, so they don't dynamically switch mora that often. And that creates that really solid cadence that kind of give you that impression, oh wait, this person kind of sounds. And if you listen to Japanese speakers speaking English enough, you're like, oh, okay, that does sound like the qualities of the Japanese language filtering into English. And over time, I don't know how actors go about it, but voice actors like intuit or study these things, I imagine, to some extent, like consciously or practice, where they can imitate people's accents without like changing languages, but like, or even changing languages. Some actors legitimately can mirror sound back and then sound like that for the very specific reason of reproducing it without any higher comprehension or need for complexity of understanding the meaning behind it, which is incredibly impressive. And it's a way to demonstrate that with practice, people can do amazing things. I think using your diaphragm to support is important for projection too, like singers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, when they really have to, like, yeah, definitely. Articulation, there's one thing, articulation and enunciation, or the, like, what is the difference then between articulation and enunciation? At least my experience have often, when I imagine articulation being the separation of words in your sentence, like in context, when you have sounds adjacent to each other, articulation is often one nuance that separates articulation from enunciation. Is enunciation typically is in a void. It's referring to your enunciation of a very specific word, like important. However, when important for is next to each other, important for, that's articulation. That's like part of articulation that might not necessarily be part of enunciation, which is the separation of your words. So when someone sounds articulate, but their enunciation might not be the greatest, it's something like important for projection. Important for projection, right? So then you combine them both and you have someone who can enunciate while also articulating. And then you can do the close-up. You can do important for projection. So now you have important for projection. So now you have projection, articulation, and enunciation in the same pile. And you can deliberately, and I'm not saying it's always the best, there are appropriate times when you can sound really timid and you're trying to give an idea of reservation. So you can close up your mouth to make it feel like it's a little bit less, aggressive, right? You can lower down your voice and you can close up your mouth a little bit and you can still talk, but it would sound more like a softer, like reserved, like I'm slowly coming closer to you. Now, it might be a little bit muddled, but sometimes when you close up and not project too hard, it can serve other functions. Most of the time, though, when I'm speaking through the mic, I tend to emphasize enunciation, projection, and articulation all at the same time. So they're like kind of cranked. It makes me sound like I'm attentive and involved in the process. How long did I practice this for? Ever since I had to give presentations. So the first time I ever gave a presentation was when I was interested in communication styles. That was like when I was 13, maybe. The closest experience I remember is giving a presentation on Shakespeare. Oh, actually, yeah. On the motifs in Shakespeare. That's the one that I remember most vividly. So it has been over 20 years focusing on these aspects of communication. I wanted to be a singer, by the way. Like, singing, musician. I was an artistic person for a while before I left high school, because high school was filled with general education stuff so you could pursue things. And then in science, I stopped doing all of those things. And one thing, except for one thing, which is communication. So writing, right? Writing, reading, writing and speaking are the two outputs in science that stays with you. And they were weak. They were incredibly weak, largely because when you're giving presentations in high school, you're focusing on different aspects. High school was more so focused on the idea of communicating the context, the comprehension, and they weren't necessarily focused on engagement, ability to transition. Like transition, you don't get graded on transition. You get graded on the cohesiveness of the content that you're presenting. Eventually, though, the content is something that most people have in common. So when you're giving seminars and stuff, there is a different aspect that gives you an edge. And the edge is your ability to speak. Your ability to speak communicates a level of depth that is often the game changer, the smaller difference at some point. So yes, it is still very important to get your content straight. However, when most people have access to the same information, it's very difficult to differentiate other than the thing that takes time. Communication, speaking, takes time. There's no equalizer. Like, what I mean is time is the ultimate equalizer. There's no like fast track to developing your communication skills or your style or how many styles you can have, and a collector, if you will. So it's kind of like a person who likes to play video games for the sake of understanding all of the different types of video games, as opposed to sticking to one type of video game and specializing in that. That goes very similarly with language. The well-rounded person that has their unique style is the culmination of quite literally their entire life's experience. At least most. The more likely it's irreproducible. Specialists is often viewed as a comparison of degrees. So if you wanted to mirror my communication style, I would probably suggest a form of self-exploration. You want to encourage yourself to be in different situations so that you can develop those experiences. My attempt to break down the different parts of speaking are purely anecdotal. So what someone envisions as a form of articulation in speech might not line up with whatever I was describing. Like the idea that people argue, where does the pitch accent come from, or where does the stress come from? One that when singing I haven't really learned yet, because I stopped singing a long time ago. It was around like my puberty, my adolescence, where I stopped singing. The one that I still am not quite sure is the tenor of a singer and the intonation, the tone, the tenor versus the tone of the singer. Like I was working on that when I stopped singing, where when someone's like, oh yeah, I like the timbre and the tenor, or like the tone of your like singing voice. I'm like, okay, if I do this, does the aspect of the tone change, or does the tenor of my voice change? So those are the things that I think is really funny when people are trying to describe sound. And speaking was very similar. When people are trying to provide advice on public speaking, it can come off as that. It's like, oh no, you need to close off your mouth somewhat. Make your vowels brighter. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, how do you make a vowel brighter? How do you make it more like, how do you make, so like, for example, vowel, right? And English is, in my opinion, incredibly, like, since I'm an English speaker, I'm only going to be talking from the perspective of English. The way English works, like, the thing that I'm most close to, when I listen to voice acting, I don't often think that people who speak English appreciates, because they don't like public speaking in general, in my opinion, there's no attachment to it. They don't necessarily be able to appreciate how many variables that are involved in giving a believable English voice acting. And how can I illustrate the consequences of English's dynamic? Think about dubs, think about voice acting, and how spurious English voice acting is compared to, perhaps we can do some apples and oranges, compared to Japanese, for example. The adherence in Japanese pronunciation is incredibly subtle and also incredibly disciplined and restricted. In English, is heavily variety and diverse, not necessarily just because there's a lot of people who speak English. It could be a chicken or the egg thing. Is it because a lot of people speak English that creates that variety and flexibility, or the other way around? I would like to say at this rate, we didn't live long enough to see the conception of English and going through the phases. So it's probably a arguable majority driver that English itself, due to the flexibility of its rhythm, right? Its rhythm, so its beats, its volume, and its pitch, that when you go to voice act, the talented people who are able to elicit the appropriate emotions using their English requires something that feels like magic still. Largely because it's not consistent enough to know. Like, what is an articulate person is already incredibly difficult to like narrow down, largely because there aren't really that consistent rules for it. What I'm hand waving now is some of the most the most consistent or like majority agreed upon rules, like how to project and how to be particular about your words. You really say every letter like vowel and not like vowel. Yeah. So vowel would be someone who, so you can still be articulate while sounding like a lack of enunciation. So vowel would be a way to sound articulate but not enunciating the word. Vowel would still be somewhat articulate, but the middle is not slurred together, right? So, and then there's also closing and opening. Vowel. So you can still have like higher volume and lower volume in places of the word, as opposed to pitch. So you could say vowel, right? So your volume is changing. So I changed the first one I changed was pitch, and then the second one I changed the volume only and kept the pitch the same. And then you have vowel. So now you change the length. And English does all three of them at the same time, as opposed to like exercising discipline to keep like two of the things the same. I was making an example yesterday how if you do any of the things, like the things the same, it will sound monotone. Especially if you do two of them the same, it will sound monotone. Like you can keep your stress, you can keep your quote unquote pitch the same, and you could do something like vowel, vowel, and then you go like vowel. So then it becomes monotone, but you're still doing the pitch altering, right? And then I added a bit of volume on the o. But you could do like yeah, yeah is more just a thing kids do for fun, right? So then you have like trying to separate your beats all together. But English has this feeling, and I actually think learning Japanese and Chinese a lot of times kind of give you, or learning another language in general based on its like structure and like references and stuff, makes it so that you're understanding it from a different point of view. You're kind of understanding it from an analytical point of view, and that's very different from your first language. And the first language has this special intuition and feeling that you're trying to seek in the second language. So right now I'm kind of curious when that's going to happen, like where I would say, oh, you can do this and you can do this even within the subtlety of Japanese. But there are things that are objective, quote unquote, I'm going to put this in light, objectively more restrictive and disciplined to create the consistency in Japanese voice acting, in my opinion. And they use like other different cues to create like nonverbal cues and extraneous exception areas to emphasize emoting. And in English, like you can be poker face and still be sound excitable, because English changes a lot of other things at the same time. I think it's a low appreciation for English, largely because it's the first language when I'm speaking to the other people. So native speakers, like native speech, the thing that I emphasize a lot is, despite having native speech, oftentimes the thing that you're native in is the thing that you are more likely to underappreciate, not overappreciate. And then a learner tends to being overappreciate the thing that they're currently learning, as opposed to using and relying on the things that they already know. Which, in my opinion, it's both. My enthusiasm for my first language or my first incredibly learned language, English, is I apply either the same or greater enthusiasm for my target language. And then those target languages' enthusiasm goes back to feed upon my native language. Rarely is it more of a situation where someone is trying to assimilate a new language while trying to actively abandon an existing language. And that, to me, if I had to make a big leap of logic, that's one of the largest contributors of consternation for language learners. The target language is seen as a more rewarding aspect, despite you using your existing language. Your existing language is transforming and acquiring more value in your process of learning a target language. In most of the time, it's demonized, where like, oh, okay, well, I still have to like describe these things in my language, and that means that it's a waste of time. And I'm like, did you learn anything about English when you're learning Japanese? I mean, it is, the process is called language learning. I mean, I could understand if you're saying Japanese learning, that's fine. Then you're really focused on entirely the aspect of Japanese learning. But if you're a language learner, you're looking at everything, right? Because it's you're not, there are people who say they're Japanese learners as opposed to Japanese language learners, because in my opinion, the language comes first. So you're understanding how well you understand and think deeply about language and their relationship comes from the idea that you understand language and relationships. If you choose to learn something in a void, I get it. You can go to Japan and you can still learn that in a void. I rarely learn things in a void. Like if I move to Japan, I will still be thinking about the United States. Like that's what makes deep connection and deep thinking incredibly important and valuable, to hold on to your memories. Some people use it to escape. So that's coping. Coping is pretending or trying to pretend like the thing that you don't like doesn't exist anymore, right? It's also avoidant behavior. And that type of thing can work for certain people. For myself, it's not. The way I developed speech and communication skills was related to all the things that are happening. In order to understand all the things that are happening, that's led to my improvement in understanding communication. Not avoid things or set things that I don't want to address and hope that they never come up again. So one of the things is, if you're hoping you never want to speak, if you never have to speak English again and understand how to explain Japanese in English, move to Japan. Because according to the studies, even then, Japan has one of the lowest associations with English. And what I mean by that is the people in Japan, there are many converging evidence that suggests that they really prefer to speak Japanese. So naturally, you can go there and do that. I don't think my Japanese proficiency or Chinese proficiency would be significantly impacted, like my progress, assuming that I need to do that. It is my strength. In fact, my communication skills is what allows me to also try to embrace pitch accent and embrace tonality. And yes, it looks like a train wreck when it starts, but it's part of the process. You can try to think that the first time you open your mouth, you'll do it right. And you can keep doing that until you believe it's always perfect. I rarely ever, if I do it for the 3,000th time or like the 20th year of this, I don't typically think of it as perfect. I think of it as what else can I do with it? And learning a language opens up a great manner of things, especially for English speaker. Like from my perspective, what I have learned from Japanese and Chinese, I can now even more adapt to English. I can hear people with different accents. Like I like listening to, this is why I listen to multilingual podcasts and vlogs. I can hear the English better because I understand the vowels or like the sounds that a Chinese speaker and Japanese speaker use. So it gets to a point where when they're speaking, like, oh, hey, I think I can imitate that. And that's cool, at least in my opinion. That to me is an indirect, maybe a little underappreciated way of understanding, like, oh, you're getting closer. You're kind of understanding, you know. Like, you know, horu, like horu long, like longu, right? Horu longu didu, right? Didu yo. I'm just like reading a bunch of English words, but the idea is it's internalized. The way you're reading stuff and sound is already becoming a perspective of the other language. Do you find it easy to pick up on where people are from based on their English? Only on the languages that I'm aware of, right? So, like, sometimes there's not enough nuance between, it's only based on the things that I know, right? So, for example, I can't narrow down between Italian and Spanish sometimes, or Spanish and Portuguese, right? However, that's because I don't have any experience in the other languages, but I can at least have an inclination of what it is because I know Spanish. I know what the, like, not know Spanish as in different word. I understand Spanish, like the nature of Spanish. I don't know all the Spanish words. So when someone speaks English, you can pick up on that. When someone speaks English in, like, who's a Japanese speaker, now you can start to pick up on why specific accents are there. And to me, that's pretty cool. That's a really cool skill. In fact, I feel like it would be a very awesome thing to mess around with while voice acting, or like as an experiment, right? Right now, I think that's one of my favorite things, when someone is speaking in their native language, like Japanese, and then they suddenly have to like say an English word. It's not necessarily the same as Japanese person deciding to use katakana, right? Like their English word, but earnestly a Japanese speaker trying to speak in English with an English speaker. And you become very adjusted to, like, oh, so that's where that's coming from. Oh, that's where that's coming from. Maybe one day I'll listen to more British speakers and see if I can. Soon. I think it's really fun. Maybe some activities for y'all to think about if you're ever bored or tired or feel tedious about constantly thinking in the target language. Who knows? I'm not giving, this isn't like a life hack or becoming more fluent in Japanese and Chinese. Actually, I might make an argument that it might slow you down. The thing, what I'm sharing is my interest, like how I find learning these things interesting to me. They are my creative ways of deep processing. Like, how do I find more uses for the limited things that I have learned? And it keeps me motivated. And it gives me lots of bright ideas on, or interesting ideas anyways, on how I could use it. The difference of British accent across the country always surprised you. when I there was a time, I don't know if you watch videos where like, here's all the British accents in the UK. How many do you know? So I listened to one for American accents, and there are times where I'm like, wait a minute, why did four of them sound the same? But then when I went back and listened to them even closely, it's like, no, they're really different. But on first hearing, they're the same, or like they're very similar. They're similar to the point where I hadn't been paying attention. So there was these times when people tell me that I have an American accent from a region that's right neighbor to another region. And then when I listen to them, like literally when they're talking to me, like I don't hear the difference between you and me. Like I'm speaking right now to you and you're speaking to me, and I don't hear the difference. That is a very interesting thing. I know you're saying the British accent across the country surprised you. There's also surprising natures in very close accents and how well someone can pick up the thing. Like in New York City, for example, or like in the greater New York area, there is 6 accents in one place because of its metropolitan, it's like a cultural hub. There are 6 different accents. And for most people, they can kind of identify them. Like you don't have to be American speaking to identify at least 4 of the 6 New York accents. You probably heard them too in movies. Like most of the time, it's kind of humorous because a lot of popular movies or shows that take place in New York, you hear all the accents, but sometimes it just gets lumped together as one accent. But they're very different. Like when you hear them and point it out, they're very different. Yeah, you don't watch movies, but shows, TV shows, voice actors also have varying English accents. In isolation, it's very difficult to tell. Like someone is able to at least tell me where I'm not from in the United States. Through the process of elimination, they can probably narrow down where I am from. In fact, a lot of times people just use confirmation bias and say, well, probably the northeast of the United States. Yeah. And then but my point was, okay, if you say northeast of the United States, which state? Because there's in the northeast, New York is a state and it has 7 accents ish in a single city. Like I don't know if that's going to help you, right? And then I live in a place where there's I live in a state where there is 4 accents. And we're not talking about dialects here. We're just talking about English accents that I'm aware of, that it's distinguishable for me. 4 places. I don't know if there's an accent in the mountains somewhere. Usually I don't go towards mountain communities, so they're off limits. I have no idea. Mountain communities end up developing their own accents over time because of geographical isolation. And it's very, very interesting. And I imagine UK is no different. So maybe one day I will at least appreciate Japanese enough to also do that. Right now, I can tell you the only quote-unquote accents that I can hear is Kansai, Kanto, somewhere around like the further Kyushu area. Okinawans have like these are all dialects, let alone accents. So the dialectic difference is kind of helpful. And then Hokkaido, I forgot what it's called, the Hokkaido region of peeps. There's actually 2 or 3 dialects in the northern Japanese that when you hear them, you're like, oh yeah, that's definitely different. I still don't know much about accents even in English. Yeah, I mean the way I generalize all the accents, like oh, and I also generalize like British accents. Like if you add or, if you say or a lot more in your English, like a lot more, like sure, more, cooler, that immediately is a different English accent. Like the or part is defined by like a different person. So when you start adding and train yourself to just say that alone will make you sound like some other person in English, so some other location. Or the or one is really good. Or you run your vowels, like your double vowels, like how do we get it? How do I do it? Hold up. It's gnarly. I can't recall. Like when you slur the middle of your vowels, when you slide vowels together, it sounds like a different accent. And then your double T's is immediate. You just accent, like accent, little, what else we got? What do we got? Basket. Tighter. I'm trying to think of all the different T's. And then you practice pronouncing those parts every single time. You got it. You'll sound a little different, and I think that's cool. It's kind of like getting your pitch accent right. Like if you get your pitch accent right, sometimes you're like, oh, you sound like a different person, and then suddenly your pitch accent kind of falls off. It's like, man, now you just sound gross. You sort of imitate accents sometimes to fit in places due to having... Yes, I match people. This is what I kind of miss about speaking to people, because you can, if the level of your depth of your experience can immediately allow you to adapt to the person you're talking to. So like I pronounce my ahs, like accent, my accent sometimes to fit in places, right? Or places due to having like and you know, essential versus imitate, right? Like I can't do that. Sort of hard, sort of hard, right? To that type of thing. Those things come up almost like intuitively when you're talking to someone else, so you like reflexively can mirror someone through experience, and sometimes you can do it without ever even noticing. Like I find this really humorous. Whenever I was around, as of now, you don't escape the foreigner allegations, even your home area. That's understandable. Foreigner allegation. Anyways, more on that in the future. I've been messing around, and one day when I read a character, I play a lot of video games that don't have voice lines, and every time there's a chance that I'm reading, like I read all the lines, by the way. Like I'm that person that if I'm playing an RPG game, I read all the lines out loud. Now the thing that I wanted to experiment with is I want to read each character with a different voice. Whether that's appropriate for the character or not, that's kind of up to me. But the idea is it's fun to make the reading interesting. So that's what I do now. So like whenever I get a character, I would say, all right, so this character, he's kind of skittish, so maybe I should kind of sort of read things and do a little bit of ad-libbing in between, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just not sure if you get what I'm talking about, but perhaps it sounds a little bit uncertain, you know, like how we could project this person, right? And even without having to change your actual tenor and your tone of your voice, you can still elicit different types of emotions while reading. And I've been doing that for some time now. Instead of reading every character the same way, secretly, I kind of want to one day read like 2 lines or 3 lines for a cameo or something. It'd be kind of interesting. I wouldn't mind reading my default voice, you know, someone who says like, hey, you know, we've heard you hear your voice samples so often. We have a character in mind that is like designed to fit you. That'd be cool too. I don't mind sounding like myself. The question is, in the future, what does that mean? What does it mean to sound like myself? Because I would love to have the ability to sound very different depending on the situation. It's intriguing. Very intriguing. Patience? Yeah, I read... The reason why I read all the lines is not because it was initially... When you said patience, right? You're making the argument that there's no value. Like your inherent nature when you say, wow, patience. Patience mean that that's a lot of time used for not a lot of gain. But when I'm reading it, I'm not being patient. I'm doing something with that time. So it would be not patience, it would be consistency. Because I'm working on a craft. So whenever you need to be patient and you have to do something, you kind of want to ask, why is this person patient? Early in Japanese study, you used to do anime girl impressions. Yeah, I did that for fun. Occasionally, I'm be like, "Ah, nan desu ka?" Like, itai. Sorry for the cringe method. But when I think about those impressions, occasionally I throw it in just for fun. Like, nan desu ka? That like really accented, like what is it? Ski desu yo? Oh, I don't know. I can't do it. I'm not very good at these things. You feel like game quests are a drag sometimes? I see. One character I absolutely love, like Scottish and Irish accent stuff. So whenever a random studio decides to dub a character and they decide to hire a voice actor to do that accent, I like really get in the mood. So whenever you hear like those cutscenes with their voices, I'm like, okay, internalize. And then, you know, you skip to the in-game dialogue. I'm like, okay, so the dialogue's not there. How can I capture that? There's one character that was really adorable. It's in Ni no Kuni. Ni no Kuni, the fairy, the guy with the big nose and the lantern on it. That guy has, I don't know, it's somewhere around like that area, like Irish, Scottish kind of. And when he's saying it, it's like, oh yeah, it's so much fun trying to read his dialogue like him. Do you ever just hear a character's VA and just find their voice nice? I'm not sure if this is going to, if you're gonna find this empathetic or not. I think people's voices are genuinely interesting before they are nice. So like, oh yeah, man, that's a different voice. I can tell you the times when voices aren't as nice, and it's when they sound like me. Like, I'm not saying if by coincidence I hear someone who sounds like me is bad. It's less interesting when someone sounds like me, right? So when it comes like finding a voice is nice, if anything sounds different from me, the voice is nice. To me, like, lack of a better word for nice, yeah, really. Not, I would say interesting is not that much of an improvement. I usually find character voices very interesting. I was gonna say maybe we can flip the script and say, do I find voices that are not nice? And that deals with more of audio quality. Do I not like how I sound? No. That's, again, I already answered that question in advance. It's not that someone that sounds like me is bad, or me, that includes me because I would sound like me, is that it's not as interesting. Already answered that question. I was ahead of the question. The opposite is not true. It's not interesting. Like, there's not much to learn if the person sounds like me. If the person sounds slightly different from me, now that's interesting. Yeah, I'm not the... I like doing things that I have to do with expected results. So being consistent when I have to do something that's good. Or appropriate. When I choose to like experiment and look for something and enjoy myself, like niceness, they have to be intellectually interesting before they are like nice or sort of. So whenever I hear myself in someone, it's good, not interesting. The difference is like, not interesting doesn't mean it's bad. It just happens to be something that you're very comfy. So I don't want people to sound like me all the time. That's kind of weird. Or to me, that's kind of weird. Like, I'm not meeting someone because they are exactly like me. Again, it's not the same as saying it's bad that someone is exactly like me. Or someone keeps saying that they're exactly like me. It's not bad. It's comfy. You like to meet, if you're a person who likes to meet other people and you don't have to explain things, you don't have to talk to them, you don't have to share things with them because they practically lived your own life. That is often a cognitive dissonance waiting to happen for someone who says, I want to learn something, I want to improve, I want to be different, and I want more things that are exciting and interesting. So oftentimes when people are in a bad place, right, a place where they can't interact with someone, it's the last thing they would do is probably to go to talk to someone who has a differing opinion or differing perspective, or finding opportunities to learn, or see them as opportunities to learn something. They usually go and escape and avoid and then keep everything the same, or wish that everything is the same. I do the opposite most of the time. Because I'm not unhappy. I don't want to maintain the same thing. I think I understand all the things that make me me quite well. So now I go seek something else. I'm learning Japanese and Chinese because I want to build more of myself. I don't want to be something else. Like, there's no need. I don't want to be seen as something that is not me. For better or for worse. So some people could say like, well, then that means you're just a weird not anything. I'm like, well, yes, I'm a weird sum of everything. You can make an argument for that too. So whenever I think about my future self, when someone says, what's your goal for learning Japanese and Chinese? Just speak all 3 languages at the same time. It's like, but you're never gonna get good at any one of those sentences or those languages as good as focusing on one of them. Like, that is correct. Like, isn't that a bad thing? Like, well, I can speak 3 different languages. Like, but that's like, why do something when you can't be good at all of them? Like, that's a good question. You should really ask yourself that. Alright, you're going to take your 6... Okay. Yep. Go to sleep. You got some blankies, some rest. It'll be interesting to discuss these things another day. Yeah. Yeah. Anytime. Anytime. And the last question that was asking, like, rhetorically, like the last piece of rhetoric, the important thing is the person that tells me, or they project, right? When they project and say, well, you wouldn't be satisfied or happy if you can't be good at all the things that you put your mind to. The reason why I propose that rhetoric is sometimes when someone is really stuck in their own head, that's how they speak to another person. They're not interested necessarily in what I have to say or understand what I have to say. They are projecting their desires and stuff, and that's telling me a lot about them. I don't know if the things I say would enlighten them or not, and I feel that's kind of what it's like to speak to target, like, to language learners 9 out of 10 times. I don't think it makes me any less happy or more happy. And it would be very difficult for me to predict if I were to say, someone later down the road criticized that my pitch accent is all wrong. Like, I wouldn't be more or less happy about that. If they say something like, well, no one will ever respect your Japanese, I'm like, okay. That's a projection, right? Because in the future, the likely case is there will be people in my position and there will be people not in my position. And I look forward to interacting with that. What are the % chance you'll get more first period content again? Oh, breakfast period content? Probably not today. Not today. We're gonna definitely, well, 6 hours? We're probably gonna finish by 6 hours. It's probably a low chance today. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Probably a low chance. Alrighty. Sleep well. Sleep well. Alright, let's get back to this. Whoops. Oh, and one last disclaimer. What I said, it's no excuse for not trying. I think that's a really big, important point. When someone says, when I'm saying, well, that's okay if I don't become fluent in 3 different languages. It's okay, but I'm still going to try. And, you know, the counter argument would be like, why settle for mediocre? Just give up on 2 of them and be great in 1. It's like, but I'm not unhappy about it. Like, you're trying to project your dissatisfaction from your end. I never said I was upset or I would be dissatisfied. The idea is I'm still going to try and do it. So the difference here is people worry that if you keep giving yourself leniency, like, oh, you're not going to be fluent. So if someone says they're not going to ever be fluent, do they try harder or less hard, right? Because they'll give themselves excuse. It's like, I run towards it. I run towards it. It's a challenge that I gladly engage in out of futility. And you never know. I might actually be successful. Who knows? Or reach whatever minimum criteria that person was projecting. Right. There are probably still hundreds of people that I've met over the last 2 years that are waiting for the day when they come back and say, see, you did all the bad habit. I told you so that it would happen. And now you're upset about it, right? No, probably not. Because then you would have to sit through 3 hours of me explaining how that habit has become useful, part of the process, expected of this, and then when I have to correct it, I will correct it based on the idea that I must work towards something else. That's probably the most consistent thing that will probably happen. And I'm still waiting on one of those peeps who like come back and say, yeah, you see what I mean? You basically wasted your time. It's like, no, I haven't. You want to sit, would you have the attention span and the respectful, mutual respect to sit down and listen to me explain, or attempt to explain anyways, something that they will probably not listen to because they spend like 90% of their time projecting their own kindness or act of benevolence. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And I look forward to that challenge. Exclude. Oh no. Exclude. I feel like it's oh no, wait. Yes. Exclude is Joel, right? And Joel Nozoku.
覗く
Nozoku. Hey, something about the nose. I should write something. Oh, I did write something about this. Oh, Joe. Oh, bad cookies. Oh, Joe is excluding the bad cookies by a sense of smell. Okay.
Henji.
Sakaran. Oh no, Sakurambo.
さくらんぼ
Oh, Sakurambo. I thought it might go back down. Sakurambo. Sakurambo. What is you? Jared. Hata? Oh. Oh ho.
方法
Oh ho. Okay. Okay.
遠い
Hmm.
祖母
Bobo. You're not ma. When you're oi awaseru. Ne? Oi awaseru. No? What? Really? What's that not? I? No. Oh, no. Oi, not oi.
問い合わせる
Oi awase. To like inquire. That's not the primary meaning. Oh no, it is the primary meaning. Oh, that's interesting. I thought it might have been like to question. Which is very similar.
Sai-san.
Yeah. You are different. You are different. You are prophet. Nama. Oh, that was a typo.
生卵
Oops. Boom. Oh, what? Wait. Oh, wait.
文法
Boompo. Oh, is it like? Oh no, it's like. Yeah, I wanted to say diction, but process. Like a composite, maybe. What is like a method of grammar? Yeah, it's boompo. Yeah, boompo. Yeah, that's grammar. I've known that. What? Is that not what that is? Wait, what is going on? Oh, throw away? Dude.
「訳語」
勝者
Okay. In?
変人
Okay. What the? Did I misspell?
美術館 卵
Luen is so much rougher than Tamago. At the moment, this is not going well. To make hard. Yeah, it's to make something harder, or like to strengthen. It's kind of like to. You just solid it up. How does that work? How do you harden? Or to harden? Think about meru. Katameru.
固める
What? Oh, that's a miss.
温かい
Jidosha.
自動車
Or automobile.
欲しい
This was different. Very different. Yakedo.
やけど
So, Fushin? Oh no. Fusatsu. Oh no. Photograph. Dealing with that. This is photocopy, or it's archaic, but photocopy. How do I photocopy? Sha.
複写
Instead of copy, right? Copy. Like copy する copy する
音章
音章 Oops. That was Chinese. Kaku. No. Fuko. No, Fuko. Fukokaku.
不合格
Fukokaku. Like not unqualified. It's closer to what I refer to that type of phrasing.
医師
Ishi. Ishi. Will. Kinenjitsu. Kinenjitsu. Excuse me? No? Kinennichi? No. Oh, kinenri.
記念日
Futsu. That doesn't sound right. Oh, wait.
複数
複数 not つ複数複数 or doubling. Doubling is Yuki.
勇気
Yuki. Okay.
英訳
Yaku. Wee woo, wee woo. That's harai. Maybe like ki harai? Ki harai is weird. Or ki no. Shi harai.
支払い
Shi harai. Okay. De no sho. Ne? Oh. Evidence or proof.
採用
This one's so weird.
桜肉
Okay, so I skipped this. Do I know it better this? I don't know. It's still on ka. I'm still stuck on ka. Oh yeah. It's not hanayaka. No, it's... Oh, is it like... No. No. It is, right? Hanayaka, right?
華やか
Hanayaka. Oh, we picked up 7. Where are these 7 coming from? Okay. Oops. What? Oh.
健康
Oh. Why do I think it's... No. Surplus scooters. What do we... How does surplus scooters work? Not Chinese. How do we get... Dang it! Alright, we're gonna come.
就業
This is like akogareru.
憧れる
Akogareru. Oh. To long for. To yearn after. Oh, you really. Well, we're just gonna add. The what? uh. Oh, urge. It's oh boy. Oh, the other one is tall. Right? Yeah, the other one is tall. Haku. So what does that mean? Setsu and haku. Set haku.
切迫
Seppaku. Urgent. Angry. Oh no. Is it like E? Oh no. It's possible? Wait. Incarnation? Alright. What else we got? Oh no. Headache. My headache. Oh, 2 is the right. Onyomi. Onyomi. Oh, you go to the zoo. Or
頭痛
zoo. This is toll. What did I say toll was? Route. Ooh. Yeah, for route. Okay. And angry. Oh no, wait. Is it like oh no. I think it's E some something possible, but not possible. Get hang. No, I don't think it is. All I can think about is Ika. Everything brings me back to Ika. So Oko.
怒る
What does tomorrow look like? Well, we got the early day and then 16 and 17. We might actually start before 16 and 17. What's the following day? 15 and 20. I think we're just gonna start early tomorrow. We gotta boost our clock here. These things won't be guaranteed. I mean, those are pretty reasonable times. Alright. 2.5 hours. I was kind of on track. And then not on track. Alright, definition. Let's do our defs. What are our defs? Welcome. Interesting. Acid. Got our strict. Our throw away. Pedantic. Secrecy. Oh. Secret. Alright, let's do harmonics. Gay. Kyoto. Anta. Genji. Su. Mitz. Mit. Eat. Alright. Now reads into our defs. Here we go. Q. Long time. Or longo. Q. Or yeah, longo. Jo. Preface. Yeah. Welcome. She. Intention. On. Kindness. Tai. Gather. Sakura. Sakura. Eternity. Eki. Liquid. Gan. Eyeball. Soul. Ancestor. Seki. Achievement. Kyo. Interest. Defense. Good. Good. Am I drawing? Nice fucker. Oh, duplicate. That's it. Random. San. Agree. Sun, acid, scent, coin, cop, domesticate, show, wound, full, party, tamago, egg, again, strict, sit, throw away, pull, into, mitsu, mitsu, secrecy, pull, 30, yaku, yaku, you, yaku, want, done, warm, skue, desk, eat, secret, yaku, translation, send, die. Alright, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If we're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. Let me know what you think. You are more than welcome to come on by and yap, discuss things. We had a little bit of a yap today, trying to embrace the idea of enunciation, articulation, speaking, and the intersection of different languages, right? So until next time, 皆さんまたね、見てくれてありがとう. I will be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break and stretch. Hello there, Bree. And walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第331天。It is day 331. We have a few things to go over, and we kind of have to update them. Yesterday, we yapped to infinity and didn't really get a chance to touch up these things. It's really wonderful. Hello there, Bree. How was your day? Alright, so Nai. I am pretty good this evening. We're sort of on a normal day. Nai, endure. What was the Nai? I think it's the comb that throws me off. We gotta do something about the comb. Endure. Ah! And then Noir. And Noir was confused with Raw. Which I already knew because Raw is just the right hand of that. I couldn't figure out the word, so we gotta do the word. And then May was supposed to be pictorial, and I dropped the ball on that one. Because May is just, it looks like eyebrows. It's the little thing above the eye. We'll throw in a little bit here. Okay, let's take a look at those quickly. Go into our lessons. Let's see, Nai. How do we make a comb? Maybe we can make it about his mustache. Ned Flanders is in the bathroom of the high school, where he is a substitute teacher. He is meticulously and jovially or jollily or meticulously and jovially combing his fantastic mustache, carefully measuring it with a caliper to be presentable. Presentable for his class. A class that he must endure I don't know, shenanigans in. Those kids. Oh, I might have made it a little too much. I think we're gonna give a pass on eyebrow, but Noah needs to work. Naruto is in the bathroom of the office building carrying. No. We're gonna do like, let's say really nervous, having finally found the right flower to present, right? To present the promise he made when exchanging words with his crush. All right. Today was decent. Didn't sleep super well because of the pain, but at least you had the day off. Oh, okay, okay. Good, good, good. You had a $60 off coupon, so you went shopping. $60 off. That's a wild amount. So you went shopping for a few more work shirts. Ooh, what kind of work shirts are you allowed to wear? Hopefully they're comfy and maybe a little exciting. Ended up getting a couple gifts for your partner's mom, as well as gifts for your partner's family. Christmas party gift exchange. Oh, you do like kind of like Secret Santa stuff. Cute. That is certainly one way to check off boxes. No need to rush. Already, how long is it now? About 2 weeks out. A little over 2 weeks out. Did you get? Are your work shirts fun? Let's get into our lesson.
岳父
Yeah, fool. Wife's father. Yeah, makes sense.
岳父削弱
血弱，血弱，血。What's wrong with 血？ Paired weakness? Paired weak. Okay. To weaken. Oh, I see, I see. Sure.
削弱僵化
Young Hua. Stiff. Change to become rigid. Makes sense. Young Hua.
僵化
Do they take stiffen? Yes.
打仗
打仗. Yep, to fight battles. Young.
打仗岳母
岳母. That's
岳母岳父打仗岳母僵化削弱奴役
As long as the shirt is dark or muted green, can't. Oh, okay. Let's see. Dark, muted green. I see. Can't be neon. I see. And has no logos or design is acceptable. So it has to be dark or muted green. Dark, but any other color? Dark? Or it has to be like a dark shade of green. It was surprisingly hard to find shirts in green. One that you got is still questioning if it's emerald green or a bluish green. And your partner family does something called Hillbilly Christmas. It's like a game centered around gift exchange. Oh, I see. Oh, that's kind of cute. How is Hillbilly Christmas in contrast to the stereotypical Secret Santa thing? It's been in many years since I've engaged in gift exchange. Typically the family unit, like the specific family unit, we do not participate in gift exchange. So my understanding of gifting and stuff comes from largely formality with others over my lifetime. Enslave, nu. Slave, yi is our new, which is service. Okay.
奴役剥皮
剥皮 eel skin. Okay. 剥皮
剥皮，瘦削，
瘦削 gaunt. Bony, very thin, gaunt. Man, I don't think I've ever described anything as gaunt. Shou. That's the, yeah, shou, thin, xie. Man, xie is a problem. Yeah. R. Okay. Okay, sure. Oh, they're part of that. That's interesting. Xie is functioning
瘦削，
really weird.
兵役，
Bing Yi. No, makes sense. Military service. Or troop service, sure.
兵役，僵硬，
Jiang Ying. Stiff? Stiff and hard.
僵硬，
Or hard.
奴役， 僵硬，
Fine.
瘦削，剥皮，兵役，胜仗，
胜仗 win battle, victorious battle.
胜仗，护膝，
护膝 protect the knees. Qi. Gotta make sure qi and zhi are kind of overlapping a little bit. Gotta be careful. 护膝 protect knees, knee pad.
护膝，活位，
活位 a birth, more position, birth. That's fair. Is a position on the dock that ship can mar at. Sure. Yeah. Man, that's so awfully specific though. I'm just gonna call it a dock just in case. Took a港口有很多泊位。
活位，蟹，
bits. Oh man, you don't look like a xie either. Green only and Hillberry Christmas. Oh, green only, okay. And Hillberry Christmas is like everyone brings and wraps a gift, usually gag gifts and funny gifts. Oh, okay. And all the gifts are put in the center of the room. Then everyone who's playing surround sits in a circle around the gifts. Then the host will count how many people there are and will split 2 decks of playing cards into matching pairs that equal the amount of people playing. Then they will hand out one set of the cards to the people in the circle. Then they pull random cards from the second set, and as your cards is called, you go up and pick one. Okay. Then you have to open the gift so everyone can see what it is, and at the end the cards are gathered and then passed out randomly again. This time when your card is called, you can choose to keep your gift or swap. Oh, that's cute. Gift with someone else, swap, and at the end you keep whatever your gift's left with. That's That's kind of a combination of so many funny, fun variants of gifting. I like it. So we have flags and spark. Bits. Xena's in the bathroom of the electricity plant carrying a flag. Suddenly, some sparks came down from the exposed wire and lit the flag on fire. Xena runs over the sink to put out the fire, but by then the flag has already been reduced to millions of little ashen bits. Xena begins to pick up the bits one by one, mistakenly believing she can piece the flag back together. Maybe we'll attach some flag significance in our head for the time being. Like maybe her clan banner. Carrying a flag. Okay. The disdain. Excuse me? Oh shit. Paper scraps is... I'm okay with that. Shit. What happened here? Not bit. Interesting. Disdain. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure about disdain. The feeling that someone or something is unworthy of one's consideration or respect. Contempt. Okay. I mean, your partner and you thought a toilet paper roll with $100 bills printed on it, a blow-up antler hat that comes with blow-up rings that you can play ring toss on the antler hat with, and an elf-themed coffee mug and sock set. That's cute. Toilet paper. $100 bill print. That's pretty good.
Xie. Zhuo.
Turbid. I remember Turbid. The first place that I learned, interesting enough, I learned the word turbid was science class. It was to describe a solution in suspension, or like solute in suspension. Turbid, or like cloudy, muddy, etc. George Costanza is inside the lobby office building, where he is trying to catch some insects. Oh wait, do you look like a Zhuo? Kind of. Like with the most recent candle. It's not really a jewel. The closest jewel was something outstanding. We're working on it. Can't recall quite. Oh, I know what it is. Heck. That doesn't look... Oh no. Ay. Well, we'll see when we see it. Still got problems right now. George Costanza is inside the lobby of office building, where he's trying to catch some insects with a net. Okay, that is in the turbid water of the decorative pool. Oh, wait. Interesting. Next to him is a container that he puts any insects he catches into. As he moves the net through the turbid water blindly, the turbid water sprays all over it. Fair enough. Maybe even falls in. Turbid water. Turbid. When draw. Mixed. Turbid. Interesting. Dual shade. Okay. That's.
浊
Oh.
胜仗
What is one of the most ridiculous like funny gifts in prior years? Bree? Got any highlights? I mean, give me some highlights.
谢 护膝 浊
I lost the meaning outside of all the containers and stuff. That's oh dang. I don't know how much turbid is gonna the insects in the okay. Okay.
"我为 居
We don't know about funny, but a couple years ago, the gift your partner and you ended up with was literally an old lunch from someone's kid. Ew. Gave the lunchbox and the old meal, and that was it. Oh, no. Wow. I see, I see. Oh, hey, detain. Let's see. It does like a jewel. It does look like a jewel. A G, not jewel. G. Julius Caesar's in front of the house where he is being detained on the lawn. He is surrounded by a bunch of fingers who stand. Yeah, voice core set to make sure everything to detain. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's good enough. Jishu. Interesting. Constrain. Oh, I can't say it. Lu. Oh yeah, that's the other detained from today. That's right. What is it? Lu. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Lu. Or Liu.
居 逆
Me. Seek. Man, that doesn't look like. It looks more like a a tie of some sort or a tian. Oh boy, here we go. Mickey Mouse is a weak initial. Mickey Mouse is in the bathroom of the house where he's seeking a walking eye. Sure. I guess. That has infested the house. Okay, now we're getting a... He carries a pair of cleats in his arms, seeking around each nook and cranny. Finally, he finds what he seeks in the bathroom and smashes it with his cleats. The guts of the walking eye all... Okay, hold up. Sometimes people will give a bad gift or tape money to it as well, but tape money to it as well, or gift cards to entice people. Okay. That's kind of funny. Oh, I did watch in the recent Wordle Gravy by Ronsky. I didn't realize you could do like a Wordle calculator. It was fun. It was interesting to watch him go over the word calculator and stuff. So he was looking at methodology or looking at comparative samples at the end. Very endearing quality, going about his business nonchalantly. Gravy was a hit. I did do the Wordle today, or I guess this morning, before I went to bed. That one was interesting. I took a gamble instead of like farming for letters. Mickey Mouse is in the bathroom of the house where he's I'm not sure how I like walking up. I might just use C instead of walking eye. No, Mickey is in the bathroom of the house. Maybe basically seeking and looking for a special pair of magical cleats. We want it to wash and present and use on the hiking trip in with Minnie. Not really that much there, but I think it will be okay. I think. You almost guessed snide on your third guess, but decided to go with shine. I see. Instead, so I ended up with a Solvent 4. I ended up with a Solvent 5 because I took a gamble on 2 words that are more common. And the first 2 gave me IDE. So it ended up giving me IDE. So then I just like, hey, I know some words that end with "ide." So I think I went with like slide, oxide, and then snide was the only one, or like not slide, sorry. Something else. It was something else that ended with "ide." I got into the IDE ending. I'm like, oh, well, there are a couple, but we'll just play it by ear. The alternative were to test different beginning letters with like another word. That's kind of like playing to probability. Sometimes it's fun to like go at it and pick up the word right away Shy is a good word. I didn't think it would have been as fun. I thought oxide would have been great. It was not oxide. Forage. Okay. Mishu. Look for food. To seek food. 玄秘. 玄秘. 玄 is seek. Seek. Alright.
逆 歪
Y askew. Oh boy, do you look like a Y? No. It's kind of like a O or a Boo meets a Jung or Jung. Boy howdy. Askew. Walter White is in front of the high school where he works. He is trying to balance the no smoking sign at the end of his classroom pointer. In the front lawn of the school, however, no matter what he does, he is always slightly askew. What is it? The kid's pointing laughing is at the askew. Oh. Wait. Trying to balance the no. What? Alright. Hold up. Oh, I see what they're saying. Trying to balance, like not. Okay. Of his classroom pointer, that doesn't. Maybe we use pointer as correct as well. Walter was a science teacher. Walter White at the in front of the high school, trying to correct, right? Correct the askewed no sign that some high school kids vandalized. Disgruntledly correct the askewed. Okay. I think that's okay. We'll go with it.
歪
Oh, there's no example. Well, now I want to add a synonym. We'll use something like crooked, which can remind me of Walter.
俊
Being lofty. That's the second time that has come up. How often does that combination come up? This combination. It does look like Jing now. How? Is that the only other Jing? Jing. Okay. 3 Jings. Oh, then it goes off the rails, but there are a lot of this combination. Yeah. Oh no. Don't know if I want to call it something. It's sufficient though. Sufficient 4. This is still Jing. Now we have mountain. Alright. Julius Caesar's in the bathroom in the infirmary where he's on top of the lofty mountain that is next to the sinks. He is there with the foreman right by his elbow, and they are on their elbows staring down the lofty mountain towards the rest of the bathroom below. There are a bunch of nurses trying to get them down, but they refuse to get up give up their lofty position and throw fins at. Oh man. All right. Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't look like fins to me. It looks like legs. Wait, the other one got treated as legs. This got treated as fins. All right. Let's use legs. All right. I got Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the infirmary. The nurses, doctor, where he is constantly ignoring medical advice. This time, he demanded that his loyal foreman help him by supporting him with his elbows and his injured elbows and legs to reach a lofty position on top of a mountain of, I don't know, boxes. Boxes of cleaning supplies in the bathroom. Precipitous. Oh, precipitous. Interesting, Xiangjing. Precipitous. 险峻. So the risk lofty. Interesting. Precipitous.
俊我
Oh, no. Oh, hey, what a coincidence. To move. Something that uses Naruto in the office building. Is that a 2 and a blade or sword? Okay. Naruto is inside the lobby of the office building where he's trying to move 2 large fingers. Yuck. From one hill to the other. Yuck. Transfer. So Naruto is inside. It's sneaking inside the office building, right? He is in between his 2, I don't know. He clumsily accesses the storage cabinets by holding a sword between his 2 fingers and using it to access the hill, figuratively, the hill of and move move through the hill of junk. To look hills of, I don't know, documents. That's not great. That's not great. But this is fine. To embezzle public funds. Okay. 挪用公款. That's the type of move I'm talking about. Norway. Okay, Norway.
我
Alright.
居我微逆俊
Alright. I'm still feeling a little bit fatigued from yesterday. Let's see. Let's get into it. I don't know. Oh, wait, I do know. Heck. Okay. Fine. Fine. We're trying to get our composure here.
排练
今天几点排练？
今天几点？今天几点排练？ What the 排练? Oh. Or it's kind of like that. Yeah, rehearse. Training's good. Practice is so also fine too. What the abyss? Why do I feel like it's
肃清
我们必须肃清敌人。
like seriously or like properly eliminate? Oh, what? What the Sue? What is Sue? Solemnly pure? What? Oh, it's carried by the right character. Seriously, purify. Then we can do that. They're like 死水气. Oh wait, wait, no. It's a water, I mean, it's a water can or a water, like a watering thing.
掰开，
这块糖很硬，很难掰开。
Okay.
微，
Whoops. Dang it. Missed the 2.
气愤，
别为这件事感到气愤。
Wait. Oh.
资产，
这家公司拥有大量资产。
死刑，
他被判处了死刑。
主要，
家庭主要成员
Or main. It's fine. Need is okay. Like main, primary, important is better. I don't know how am I gonna think about rehearse at the moment.
担心，
他已担心报国。
What?
四肢，
四肢是身体的一部分。
Okay. That sentence checks out, I suppose.
主，鱼，肢体，
Oh no.
昂，
That is so rough. Or high, yeah. That is so rough. This one's pretty rough too.
凯歌，
战士们高唱凯歌庆祝胜利。
I can't spell triumph. No, doesn't sound.
同，
How does stuff?
瞅见，
我在人群中瞅见了他。
Cho is pretty weak too. Second, Mian. Oh, Mian 什么 Oh no. 洒水器。
洒水器，
这个洒水器很好用。
Or like a sprinkler. Sprinkler.
菌，珠宝，
这家店卖很多珠宝。
What? Uh.
虫，
We're just gonna wing this.
麦芒，
Okay.
夏天时，田里的麦芒变得金黄。
YOLO this too. Heck! YOLO failed. Why do I think it's...
都，
Oh, because it is? Supervision is fine for this.
.花蕾，
每年春天，花蕾都会盛开。
艺术，
艺术家，
藤，
No. It's heckin' disheveled. Ugh. And then we got the other pug
藤，
who's covering. Oh man.
章，
Oh no. It's not what I think it is. Okay. Oh no! It's Lian, right? Why? Heck! What? I know, like a... Oh, it's like a cotton. Oh. No? What's going on? Like, it's a cotton... Okay. Bay, right?
逆
Oh no. I mean, oh, secrete, yeah. Not good with the character alone. It's not good enough.
"轮船
这条轮船的快慢怎么样？
Like a regular boat or a ship. Okay. Fine.
"滑翔
他看着鸟儿在高空滑翔，
练
Like he wants this. Enamored, yeah, okay. I don't remember enamored, unfortunately. He loves it. Loves it. Loves it. It's good.
棉被
棉被很暖和。
哲学？哲学？
哲学
他研究古代哲学，
Philosophy? Okay. I am stuck between. Oh my goodness. Touch it because it's next to country and I don't.
邻国
中国有哪些邻国？
傍午
傍午时，我们开始吃午饭。
行 可 5月
我们在5月去旅行。
改变
他改变了主意。
中盛居 干净
现在干净了。
Like clean up. Okay. It's a special cleanup, but common.
顾问，
法律顾问，
That's interesting. Oh no, it's the barrister wig stuff. All right. And dang it. What is this? Yeah, all these ones are rough. There's so many of these. A standalone. Using standalone. Not that. Not that. It's not that either. I don't think it's that. Hmm.
Gua,
Hmm.
回来，
他什么时候会回来？
Oops. Silence. Right.
至少，
至少我们还有彼此。
Like up till now, at least. Okay. Up till yeah. At least it's same deal. Like up to this much. At least up to this much. At least. What? The? Oh. Just kidding. The guy. That be huh. Yeah, then sure. I don't think there's a chance. There's no chance for it's bung. Oh, is this collapse? Oh no, it's club. Oh my god. I have to think about how to differentiate all those.
B，觉得，
我觉得今天的天气很好。
长毛，
长矛是重要的武器之一。
Didn't I look at this for a really long time and I'm... Or... Was that this one? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what that is. Oh no.
守卫，
这些守卫薪水很好。
Pepper. What do we do with pepper? Hmm. Oh, I really thought that was it. Wait. What? Uh...
“棒”，离题，
他总是离题。
Like, have problems or like, oh, okay, be the topic. Fine.
“开启，
这本书开启了我的思维。
I don't know if I covered this before. I kind of thought I did. Oh, I did. It sucks.
和谐，
和谐的社会需要大家的努力。
皇宫，
皇宫里有很多房间，
阻止，
我们一定要阻止他。
发亮，
他的眼睛总是发亮的。
Oh wait, that's xiao, not oh that's not jiao, that's xiao. Is it? Yeah, xiao. What about this? Oh, how does the pepper work? Man,
肾脏、
肾脏是人体的重要器官之一。
鱼、
what the heck?
宿舍、
宿舍的窗户很大，
Or room and board, or like it's like lodging, dormitory. Yeah, it's a place to stay. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know how pepper works. I thought it was like,
心、
oh, or enjoy, happy or enjoy, or puck. Oh no, oh, okay. It's still hot and pungent. But it's standing.
傻瓜、
只有傻瓜会那样想。
No, yes, no, no, yes, no. That even makes sense.
监测、
我们每天监测空气质量，
监测. Wow. Okay. Could be that I typoed on the first time because I don't really see anything else.
洋溢、
节日的街头洋溢着欢庆的景象。
散、 机枪、
机枪是一种自动武器。
校友、
我去了校友会的活动。
Dang it. Oh, is this Qing?
心、
This Qing is. Okay.
墙壁、
请勿在墙壁上贴海报。
What? Oh no, what am I thinking? Heck.
紫藤，
紫藤开满了院子，十分美丽。
隔壁，
隔壁家有一条狗，
Oh man. Okay.
沾湿，
画家用笔尖沾湿颜料。
抢眼，
这个颜色很抢眼。
Oh no. What is that?
洞穴，
探险队在山里发现了一个洞穴。
Thought it was the what? Huh. Oh, this one is going to be bad in the future.
行， 毛，
I don't know what that it's X. Oh, that's
鱼，
I swear that's oh. Or not.
优秀，
他是一位优秀的学生。
坝，
That's outrageous. Oh no, that's B. B. Practice that. Be poor. No, be poor. Excuse me? Oh no, that's a typo.
分歧，
我们对这个问题存在分歧。
That one's just good.
却是，
他很努力，却是没有得到好成绩。
Yeah.
仲夏，
我们在仲夏节庆祝。
Excuse me. Is that a heckin' pun?
期盼，
他期盼有一个新开始。
I look forward to.
推卸，
推卸责任是一种不负责任的行为。
To press forward. Carry forward to skirt. Yeah, fine. To push off things. What?
政策，
政府宣布了一项新的政策。
绘声绘色，
一幅绘声绘色的校园画。
Okay. I don't know what went wrong there.
啃老，
他毕业后一直啃老，没有找工作。
Oh wait, 啃老. Hold.
怀，
Confess. Uh. What?
姓氏，
他的姓氏是王。
伪装，
那个小偷伪装成顾客。
陈，
Oh no, I typed the wrong thing. It's fine.
栖息，
这些小鸟栖息在电线上。
Heck. What is that? Oh. No. Stop. Stop typing that.
逼迫，
他被逼迫做他不想做的事。
Or like pressured, oppressed, forced.
"情侣，
他们是刚认识的情侣。
旱灾，
这次旱灾造成了严重的经济损失。
Dang it. Every single time. How do I go about this? Oh no. Oh, 保姆. Oh, I. Oh, oh, okay. I
道
wrote the
歉，
wrong thing.
我向你道歉。
Wait. Oh no. I keep doing that.
阎王，
阎王的名字常出现在民间传说中。
我，豆芽，
这些豆芽看起来很新鲜。
瑞，记，
Oh, shun. No. What? Oh. Ah, it's Jiang.
秉公，
在这种情况下，我们要秉公处理。
Was from yesterday. I struggled with being a little. Like partial.
打岔，
他总是喜欢打岔，让人很烦。
荒诞，
他说的话听起来很荒诞。
窝，
Yeah, heck.
.浙江，
他在浙江读过大学。
狂妄，
他说话的方式非常狂妄。
Why are there so many absurds or like crazy and stuff? Or arrogant? Yeah, that's fine.
崛起，
亚洲在世界经济中崛起了。
轴，框，保姆，
我的保姆照顾小孩。
摔，
What the is that is that wrong? 厄瓜多，
厄瓜多，
厄瓜多位于南美洲的西北部。
桶，
We're gonna lose that. That's gonna happen.
盐，
Only a matter of
芬芳。
time.
这朵玫瑰散发出芬芳。
Need to find other ways. Got stuck on this too. Right. Because we got the pass. Good.
事后，
管家是后主人。
Like serve time to wait on, yeah. I think serve is still fine. Okay. Did I screw up? Oh,
木匠，
木匠擅长制作家具。
what's a wood craftsman? How do I wood craftsman? I don't. Oh, carpenter.
罕见，
这种动物很罕见。
妨害，
吸烟会妨害你的健康。
Okay, not eating a lot for 2 days straight. Whew, my stomach is kicking my butt, man.
芳香，
他喜欢芳香的香水。
自卑，
他小时候很自卑。
Oh, it is? Oh, it's a cross.
浊，
Oh, it's not a cross. Sunflower. Here we are again. I thought it was like narrow, but that's not how that works. Oh, it's idle.
带，
Man, that just doesn't get easier. Idle doesn't get easier. Thanks, Danny. How have you been lately, Danny? You know, I could really use some soup. Some soupage.
憋，
Oh, what? Listen here, father and dad, don't even meet right now.
碗，油漆，
油漆的颜色很鲜艳。
Been sick recently again? How often do you get sick around this time of year? What's going on? Can't be getting sick over and over again. What is that?
垒
Hopefully you're taking care of yourself. Seems kind of alarming. Oh.
敌 开拓
他们正在开拓一种新方法。
And whoa.
展翅
蝴蝶展翅飞舞，
Do your best to take care of yourself. Is this normal or is this normal for you? Do you usually get sick around the winter time? That can be kind of normal. Not very great, though.
“凄凉
他一个人坐在凄凉的公园里。
So how are you doing to recover? What are you doing this time? ”
藤椅
藤椅比木椅更轻便。
What? Oh, Joe. Okay. What was that about?
玄机
这本书里隐藏了很多玄机。
Excuse me. Oh, I guess develop works better.
防
Heck! I went for it. It failed.
我
What? Oh.
“膝盖
我的膝盖最近总是很疼。
整
Oh no. Is reaching out for what reason? Oh no. Like an aristocrat. Yesterday. Oh. I probably need another exposure. Normal ground, water. Have a hold of finger, pole. Or like a rescue, yeah. Same difference. Pole and rescue. Hmm.
伪造
他被控告伪造证件。
验 两栖
两栖动物可以在水里和陆地上生存。
Yeah, pull and rescue are used in a similar way to pick out as well.
Zhang,
Oh no. Not good. What? Oh, sure, not yet.
Yong,
That's kind of weak.
歧视，
歧视是一个严重的社会问题。
One, I think we had a few weak ones. Standalone for sure. Not those. Those. Oh, this one's really weak. Looking at it, I'm still not seeing. The creed is kind of weak. This one's baloney. Hi. This one. There was a pass somewhere. Maybe at least. Still few. Until you have few is fine. Oh, we'll just stick to one today. Oh, Xiao. Wow, Xiao You was fairly stick. B is still very weak. No, only one of the barrister wig combos today. I thought I was gonna get attacked by the barrister wig cornstalk combo. I'm gonna have to look at that. What do you look like? Cool. You know, kind of interesting. I didn't realize where this would end up, but the tone marker. Why me? No. Jing. Xie. Oh, that's rough. Oh no, that's not rough. Do all his stuff. Okay. Show. Oh. Oh, xiao. Oh, no. Oh, shit. OP. Yeah, more. Yang Ying. E? Bing. Bing. Bing Yi. Kind of hard to see. Zhenjiang. Ye Fu. Ta Jiang. Yang Hua. Ro. 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 Nu Yi. Bu Xi. Bo. Bo Wei. Okay. George Costanza in the fancy office building, right? Being hired to clean up the turbid reflecting pool. He's got a net and he's trying in a container, a net and container, trying to fish out all the dead bugs. Making a mess, of course, because he's clumsy, spraying everything everywhere. Okay. Walter White was in front of the high school, keeping up his cover. High school student. I mean, high school teacher. And he's trying to fix an skewed no sign. Trying to correct it. Bunch of kids, hooligans. And we have Mickey, who's in the bathroom of the house, trying to look for a pair of cleats. Giving an eye out, right? Looking that pair of cleats. Getting ready for a pleasant hike in the foresty fantasy Disneyland with Minnie. Or you can use me, which is, let's see. Okay. Yeah, Naruto is in the office building. Or he's trying to sneak into the office building to get access to a hill or a pile of documents. Quickly, dexterously, handle a sword in between two of his fingers. To move a bunch of documents, to lift a bunch of documents. All right, Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the infirmary, being disagreeable. Despite his injuries to his elbow and legs, he's getting one of his loyal foremen to lift him on top of a lofty position on a mountain of cleaning supplies in the bathroom. Okay, Xena in the bathroom, I don't know, carrying a flag. I think that's very important on her duty. And unfortunately, a spark hit the flag. From loose wire and set it ablaze into ashen bits. Has to explain that now. Okay. We have Julius Caesar, who's in front of the lawn of the house, being detained by many people who are pointing fingers at his failures and trying to voice record all his failings as a leader. Alright, so Bang. Let's go look at Bang. How are we gonna make this? That's the barrister wig, right? No. Does the barrister wig have... No, it doesn't have little horns. Headdress does. I missed a show. Okay, let's take a really deeper dive into this. So the barrister wig. Let's go look at barrister wigs. So we have Tai. That's fine. There's no horn stocks. So we have Feng. That's why I went with Feng. But Feng alone is offer. And I knew it wasn't Feng. I couldn't think of anything else. But then Bang. Okay. Has the wooden thing. So about a wooden club. And then we have Pung, which is the hold with both hands. That was my second pivot. Is that all of them? That is all of them. Okay. So that's okay. Then we want to go to something that looks like it. What was the thing that looks like it? Headdress. Headdress. Is there anything that would provide? No. So I have to sort out Pung. And that's kind of what we're doing. I don't think we're gonna... need to expand. So the triangle right now is... Yep. Oh wait. No, this is Hoang. This is offer. And then Hoang has fingers involved. Okay. Hold with both hands. Okay. All right, folks. Let's see, 11:13. Not too bad. The other last thing we do is fairly short. All right, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. You're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. Feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're more than free to come on by, yap a little. Nice to keep up to date, keep in touch, pay attention. You know, like pay attention to what's going on. Have an incentive to share stories is a great way to want to be interested and more aware and alert in one's life, right? Keep each other motivated in that way. Discuss, encourage each other who want to share things. Always a healthy, in my opinion, a healthy habit to balance out the parasocial dominance of internet life these days. Until then, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more hydration, stretch a little bit, walk around, and I'll be back for the reset for Neverwinter. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back. Technically yesterday was reset day, but I kind of got carried away with something busy. So we're doing our week 3 reset. The dailies and the weekly haul is really quick. Since then, I saw a bunch of patch updates. Over between last week and this week, I did enter another RTQ with the Soul Harvest coming up, and yeah, one of the patch updates was to reduce the HP in the first boss. Holy moly, did the first boss have a lot of HP for its scaling. But anyways, a lot of the changes are kind of irrelevant. There was another patch that was kind of interesting, and I'm happy that they're so quick on it. I was briefly talking about how long the tiers, we were collecting the tiers. You needed 15 tiers, and they actually reduced the number of tiers, which is surprising. Maybe that is something that is a little bit further in the future. Haven't gotten a chance to enter an advanced Soul Harvest, and looking at the time, the odds are very slim. But we'll give it like 10 minutes near the end. Maybe we'll open some lock boxes along the way. Plan stays the same. Just doing the paladin. It's about 15 minutes, 15-20 minutes. We're gonna do our second milestone. Right, our second milestone dialogue stuff. So let's see what happens with Zuna and Co. As we go check out. This would be the second week's milestone, but technically, or I don't usually do them because it overlaps with the weekly haul. So let's go and check out if our friend, I've got her name, Kalera? Something? Kalora? Finished deciphering this particular manuscript here.
You'd think a sealed dungeon owned by Zastam himself would provide something interesting.
Koraya.
Well, evidently not.
Or Koraya.
I really shouldn't be surprised, but we've got infernal fissures on our hands.
Okay.
Normally they tend to close on their own without wizardly intervention, but there's something strange about these ones. I suggest you try and seal them. We've got enough trouble, and I'd rather not add fiends to the mix. Oh, and your friend was looking for you?
Zuna?
We've got things to do. Let's get... Spotted portals to the Hells. But you already know that. You take care of the portals and the fiends. And I'll handle any of the stragglers before they get too far.
Sure. Consider it done. Alright. Where are we heading? Oh. Oh, these things.
Let's get them closed.
Oh, are you coming with me? Oh, I'm supposed to just attack these things. That's a first. I was expecting like an interaction button or something. Alright. I got 3 to do. Like the high ground. Boink! Oh, these guys are all tethered together. There's a bit of server lag. You can kind of see them by how they occasionally freeze. Alright. Seal the last fissure or defeat his defender? Intriguing. Oh. Let's defeat the defender then, right?
Your displeasure is my pleasure.
Or not. Goodbye. Oh. This. Okay. You're so hardy. You're just plain demon. No name. No interesting name, huh? If only you were a creature type. Because I wouldn't mind having Demon Slayer. They have so much HP. My dude. Hey.
We need to close it before it spits out something else.
Leave this to me.
Oh, hey.
Makos?
I heard there was something strange going on in Thay. Somehow I knew you'd have something to do with it. I was planning to use my own portal to get here, but this seemed far more convenient.
Intriguing.
Convenient?
We can discuss the logistics of this later. Right now we should go somewhere safe. You two can then fill me in on what's going on.
Why wait? You head on back first. There's something I need to discuss with Makos in private. We've some unfinished business.
Okay. That's okay. Where's like now if Makos is here, where's Dritz? You know? Are we expecting some more cameos? Alright.
Look, it's nice that you're eager to get. Now that that's all settled, I can get back to work. Your friend has already made himself at home. I
Yeah?
don't like sharing my space, but circumstances being what they are, I'll make an exception. A very begrudging exception.
Fair enough.
You think a sealed dungeon owned by Zastam himself would provide something interesting to read? Well, evidently not.
Well, I've got something important for you to do.
A book hunt.
I've been reading about this prophecy of yours. The information we've managed to gather so far has been sparse. There's very few mentions of this soul collector, and it's not clear if it's a person or a thing. Could be Tam himself. That would make sense. Collecting souls to fuel his ascension. Could be that Tenebreloth you encountered back at Tyrataros. Yes, I've heard all about
Oh,
it.
Tyratoro.
Could be some kind of magical device. Whomever or whatever it is, it's imperative we discover everything we can about it. Then there's the matter of the vault itself. The Red Wizard did say that this was the seat of Zastam's first attempt at apotheosis. Zuna reported that there are other areas of the vault we've yet to scout. If you find any books that are still intact, please bring them to me. The more we know, the better.
The better. Well, it looks like we don't have to rely on good old Valora here. Good old Makos coming through. Where are we going for these books? These bookeries. They're scattered. Okay. These bookicles. Booksticles. Bookeries. That's not a bookery. You're a bookery. Huh. Here's one. A 1. A 2. A 3. I'm thinking of the Tootsie Pop commercial. Anyway. Wait. I don't see the bookery. Body block. So disrespectful. What? I don't see it anywhere along the ground. Maybe it's above? Oh, wow. That's well hidden. Ew. Gain weight. Friendly. Got our third one. Gain weight. Calm down. Friendly. Four. Alright. Now back we go.
What do you want? You've brought the books.
Yes.
I'll need some time to read through them, but it shouldn't take too long. If you want, I'll give you a condensed summary of what you've discovered. Let's hope there's something in here to expand our findings.
Sure. So I guess in the meantime, we're just gonna...
We've got things to do.
Okay.
Let's get them done.
Sure.
It seems the Resistance are trying to push further into the vault to gather resources. Normally, I'd prefer to do this quietly. Avoid making a ruckus and drawing attention. But I have to admit, we've got our hands full. You, me, the minutia. There's only a handful of us capable of the more stealthy approach, and the latter aren't fighters. Go talk to Thompson. I think she has a plan.
Thompson? Is that the one with the floofy hair? Or floofy hat?
Life would be a lot better if I stopped taking it so seriously. I'm guessing the Harper told you of the plan? It's simple. We clear an area of any enemies we find to establish a small outpost.
Sure.
From there, we can do recon work, find out information, resources, anything we can use. Then we meet up with the minutia to get out of danger and back to safety. We need you to help establish these outposts.
Sure. Got it. Collect the flag. Oh. Alright. Let's just stick the flag right into my butt. It's like 3 times my size, but that's okay. Magic flag. Okay, set up the flag, clear the first area and the second. Interesting. Oh, don't be a grapple point at the top. Don't do it. Darn you. Alright. Please. Alright. Possible. Okay. So gelatinous cubes. Oh, this area. Do I have to clear the entire area or just joint it? Oh, fine. Let's just clear it all. Okay. Oh, this type of thing. All right. It would be kind of neat if this place stayed permanently in my instance. Oh, you didn't miss too much. Bree, how was dinner? Or like late night snack? Oh, I almost said slack. This circle is burning a fiery light image into my eyeballs right now. It's a little bright. Alright, my eyes are kind of like not doing hot. It's very bright. We're actually, oh, you were finishing up French notes? And then you had to feed your mini zoo. Wait, what do you mean by your mini zoo? Apps? Are you apping your virtual zoo? Or your actual zoo? Like, which zoo are you talking about? You did mention other animals. Like your... Am I making it up, or I kind of feel like there was mention of little things, right? Oh, the doggos and stuff. Oh, they eat late. Your doggos and kitty cats and all sorts of mini zoo. I see what you mean. What are we doing here? Are we okay? That circle looks ominous. Alright, here we go again. Hi guys. Wait. Are you serious? If I don't engage, it just... Oh, I was kind of jerry-rigging it. Alright, fine. Did I bug it? No? Okay. It'd be kind of nice if these areas stay clear. Kind of neat. Come on. All right. Now we go back. Took care of business. With violence, obviously. They usually get around and eat around 9ish, but they ate around 2 hours later than normal this morning, so I ended up pushing dinner by a couple hours. Oh, I see. I figured like timing of eating also has to do with like when they go, you know, do their business, so to speak.
She's got guts. Maybe when this is over, we can recruit her to become a harper. Worthy causes and worthy places to go for writing material. I've read some of her work. She's good.
We're talking about Toman. Tomon. Alright, let's go back to Mako's. You got it?
The books you brought back has confirmed a suspicion of mine. Somewhere in this vault lies a summoning ritual with the power to draw forth powerful creatures.
Yeah.
Which are in turn sacrificed to empower the summoner. The issue is this ritual has been left abandoned and has exponentially grown out of control. Attempting to dispel the ritual would take far too much time.
Sure.
There are countermeasures in place that can lead to consequences I do not have the time to mitigate. We'll need to track down this ritual and allow the creature to be summoned, so we may banish it back from whence it came.
Interesting.
Here is a list of ingredients you will need to summon the creature. Follow it to the letter.
Alright, time for some scavenger hunting. A corpse mushroom, an echo skull, and some all-purpose blood. The all-purpose blood? Most of these things are undead. Where are we gonna get the blood from? Oh no, there's some. All-purpose blood, you say? Leave me alone. Oh, come on. How does that even happen? Okay. Yep. Wow, that's kind of far distance. Alright, so where are we getting this corpse mushroom? Wait. What? Like... Oh, I see it. How are those? What? My guy. Why are your tethers so far? Okay. I just want this mushroom. Can a guy pick shrooms in peace? Alright. Now we gotta get whatever an echo chamber is. I mean, echo skull is an echo chamber. Alright. You're fine. Leave me alone. Sure. Am I literally gonna acquire a skull from someone? Oh no. Thank you. Oh, all-purpose blood. I mean, I'm okay with that. Oh, that was just the all-purpose blood. What does this actually say? I can't. There's nothing. Alright, now we're gonna go get the echo skull. Don't mind me. Ooh, just chilling. Yoink. My skull now. Participate in the experiment. Oh, you're gonna throw it in the... Ah, okay. Anyway, excuse me. Oh. Ooh, this is neat. Oh, I like this. Okay. Alright. Go in. Just a pinch? Wait, how do I know how many? Oh, that just a pinch. You're kind of cute, little guy. I was expecting something substantially bigger. Alright. Back to Makos we go. Alright.
I doubt this will be the last time we'll need to relieve the pressure, as they say.
Okay.
These red wizards and their experiments. Nuisances.
Sure. Where are we gonna go from now? Suna?
While I was scouting, I noticed some of the walls here felt different from the others.
Yeah,
The Minutia and Makos confirmed their illusions.
of course.
Some of them are simple and just there to trick you, but others are more tangible. There should be a device in here somewhere to break those illusions. I doubt wizards want to spend all day casting then dispelling a wall. It's probably like a key.
Alright. Cool. Locate the device. Where are we going for this device? The way I run around in this game is equivalent of staring at your GPS and still moving forward. I pull up the map and I just keep continuing to move in one direction. Okay. And then in before I find myself at a wall. Alright. Interesting. Just the device is just randomly chilling. Some trolls. Okay. Give me this device. Test out the device? Alright. I magically know where the don't worry. Our adventurer is always clairvoyant. Not really. 90%. Interesting. Where are we testing this device? Oh, like on these things? A spy? Why are there suddenly spies here? Alright. They're on to me. Alright, Zuna, I got your device right here.
Spies. They must have come in with us during the escape. Otherwise, the wards would have caught them. Your red wizard has this place locked down tighter than a moneylender's fist, monitoring everyone who comes and goes. Can't even send a message without Makos knowing about it. Hopefully. That means no word has got out yet that we're hiding here.
What, bro?
But I'd keep my guard up if I were you.
Alright, back to Makos? No. I'm guessing this is where it ends. Oh. Wait, what's happening? Ooh, wait. Intriguing.
Your aid is required.
Alright.
Blessed are those who lend a hand during times of great strife. There is a restless spirit trapped in this place. In life, she was devoted to my Lord Ilmater. Her quest was to free those who have suffered untold horrors. She was fatally injured during a mission. The Red Wizards displaced her soul. Pray, reunite her body and soul so she may know rest.
This seems like there's no lead into this, but alright. Alright. Very boisterous voice. Alright, where are we heading here? Use our clairvoyance. Helping out the local celestial. Oh.
I feel your presence as I feel hers, O burdened one. 'Tis not an easy life we lead, and not an easy death we face. Lead me to my remains, and I will lend you my strength to smite all who stand in our way.
Alright. Escort mission? I don't know where we're going though. Wait. Where'd you go? It says escort you. Escort you where? Here? Where? What? Lady? Where'd you go? The heck? Why does this seem like a bug? Where? What? What? What the? What's? I don't know. I don't know. Say what? Alright, let's try it. Let's try this again. Take two. Okay. We just follow by foot. I didn't even see her move off. Okay. We're fine. So much for escorting. Just straight up bolt out of my sight. Okay. Wow. Okay. That was very unusually efficient. You weren't even escorting the thing. This is just like, whoop. Alright, well, your friend did all the work. Valkyrio.
Are you not needed elsewhere?
Valkyrio.
Thank you, hero. I apologize for diverting your attention. I trust I may call upon you, as you will call upon me.
Sure. That was an interesting diversion. Alright. Asuna?
This is a tough one. We found some kind of abandoned arena. The Red Wizards have repurposed it into a testing ground for their new experiments. I spoke to Makos about it, and he thinks that they're doing some sort of ritual, merging people with demons. Like a reverse possession.
Intriguing.
He said they can still be saved, but we'll have to be careful. Best to target the wizards, and try to avoid harming the victims. Think you can do that?
No, not sure. We'll see. I don't think there's friendly fire in these things. 5 channelers. They really like going through this path. Gotta double back in. Yeet. Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh, these guys? Why do you guys have so much HP? Oh, they just stay in position. That's actually kind of annoying. Oh, for one guy. Alright, you're fine. Get out of here. Go. Go live free. Goodbye. Alright. Be free. Who's behind door number 5? Goodbye. Alright. Piece of cake. Alright, let's go ahead back to Zuna.
Much of the world has changed since the spell.
We did what we could. For those who survived, they'll rest here until they're healthy enough to evacuate.
Alright, are we going back to Mako's? Valora? Okay.
One of the Ratchins has a message for you, Firebrand. Says it's urgent.
Okay. Oh, the Ratchin.
Message.
Okay. The Ratchin has a letter in its little outreached hand. It looks at you eagerly, urging you to take it. Alright. The letter reads, Dear my savior, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm one of the students you helped rescue. I decided to join the resistance. We were rescuing other refugees from how did they pronounce it? Terratorus. When I came across a body. Someone recognized it as Harper Tesser. The resistance mentioned he was working with you. I may be a student, but I know decay when I see it. He's been dead for months. Whoever you were working with wasn't the real Harper Tesser. I've told no one else but you. Oh, interesting. That guy was, huh?
A letter? He's dead? For months? No, that can't can't be. Then who are you working with? Tell me everything from the start, from when you first got in contact with Tesser.
Interesting.
So the Tesser that worked with you and the one that worked with the Resistance are different people? When the Resistance leader lost contact, maybe that's when Tesser died. This imposter then got in contact with you. But why? That's what we need to find out.
Mm-hmm. Are we locked? Alright. We have to get to the 4th milestone, which is gonna be not next week we get to there, but we'll do it a week from next. So we have a leap week. Let's look at our 40. Alright. So then we get our 25 from our
Just got word of what you did.
weekly.
Here. Danger grows, adventurer.
Oh, I totally forgot
Places
to
like these are a hotspot for evil activities, and I've spotted a lot of
I forgot to grab the activities weekly. Well, that's a shame. Let's grab all the weeklies. You have, I mean, the repeatables. You have.
Active experiments and incidents are disrupting the infernal fissures.
Right. We just got that. You have stuff too. Oh yeah, right. The historian. We'll get that for the 25.
Yet friends stand fearless. The city burns,
Alright.
its people harmed. A race to uncertain safety.
So let's do the Teratorus.
Would you like to revisit
Same.
this
Event again. Let's go do that. To get the 25, and then we only need to do 2 repeatables, and that's it. Very quick. And then we'll sit for like 10 minutes to see if there are any brave souls. We'll queue up for an RTQ. Oh, and they fixed this part too, where you don't have to go backwards to trigger this event.
We can't fight it! It has a death aura! To
Fine.
the gate, quickly!
It's fine. Yeah, now this should trigger right here. Or something here. Oh no. Oh, one more. I have to take these guys out first.
Oh, damn these red wizards! They're killing their own people!
What? Yeah, this part should trigger properly now.
There are people who need my help. Go on without me. I'll think of something.
Here it is. All right. All right. Ugh. 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 Yes, yes, yes.
Everyone, through the gate, now!
did it. Again. Third time in a row. For 25. That's a quick 25. That's nice. Quick 25. You gotta love it.
Though I am now here, do not stare too deeply into my
Alright. That leaves us with 10, right? Yeah. So let's go and
visit a sliver of your history.
Or oh, they changed this. Oh, that's cool. This is new too. Oh, I like this. This is great. Complete any heroic encounter or complete the S rank heroic encounter. Oh, I see. It's probably this. I don't actually. The S rank heroic encounter. Huh. I don't need to do that this time around. So let's go and complete two things. Two things. One thing. And we're good to go. This is one thing. I don't have to feel anything. Grab this. Grab this. Pretty chill campaigning period for this module. The silver lining for basically not having anything to do from the campaign. So let's go check out how the ghost tier stuff changed. It says 12. Maybe they also adjust something else about it. There were a few adjustments. Yeah. Can I get your tears, please? Let me sip them. Nice. Sip them tears. How about you? I'm gonna give me some of your tears. No? Not without resistance? Okay. You kind of want to enter battle. They give you more than one tier. And it's just one tier if it's successful. It's more than one tier if you beat them into submission. Ooh, 5 tiers. Man, that one was crying me a river. Alright. I want it to be friendly. Alright. Okay. And that's it. That's all we need for it this week.
Some say my eyes are
Welcome. We've
Now I'll grab the other ones from you. Lava fishing. Oh, that must be where that pool is for.
Look, it's not. You think a sealed dungeon owned by Zastam himself would provide something interesting to read? Well, evidently not.
Alright. So we got this. Not that exciting. Okay. So now we're gonna put some time on the clock. Should close them. Alright. So now we're gonna queue up for an RTQ and see if we get it, and then stare at the chat to see if there's some random group gathering for Advance Soul Harvest. And that's about all we're gonna do today. Go look at some of these things. All these little fun illusions that I do not have any investment in. Okay. This thing that will probably not ever get acquired because it requires an unreasonable amount of either unfriendly playtime or some sort of barrier. Maybe we can look at these things. After moving your divinity regeneration, and regenerate 8% faster, and the closest 3 nearby allies within 15 receives 1.3. Interesting. The effect is paused if you stand still for more than 4 seconds. Ooh, keeping moving. Oh, that's kind of neat. When you use an encounter power, you have a 40% chance for you and the nearest ally with proximity sub within 25 units with the lowest health to gain +5 forte in 15 seconds. Oh, these are kind of neat. When you're damaged for more than 15%, that's, and then, oh, so all of these are aura based. Oh, except for this one. Healing an ally who also grants them 1% defense for 6 seconds. Max. Your divinity max, okay. While not moving for more than 1 second gain. Okay. That's kind of neat. Oh, this one's an update. That's kind of nice to have. Shame it's a trial. Pretty much most of this gear is like big pass for anyone who's not already doing it. So all this empty space, these boxes may as well be blank. Honestly, it would have been quite a bit more appealing if they said, "Oh yeah, we spent sorry guys, like we thought it was exciting to have 2 trials in a row, so the next 2 modules would be 2 dungeons in a row." But no, that's not how they went about it. Trials are not a treat, honestly. Not in a live service world. Such a weird design choice. Or a business decision, I don't know. Let's see if we randomly land on Soul Harvest. It looks pretty cool, Soul Harvest. The normal version is stripped down to high heaven, so it's not going to be a representation of it. I already made a huge digression about the way Dika/Cryptic handles tiering. It doesn't lead to knowing things. It leads to having a content creator get like side promoted in order to have no mechanics before they execute. So it's kind of like the internet business where you don't play games to learn from it. You play going in with knowledge and trying to execute it, and it's all about execution. If that is the case, right, if that's the intent, then make live service games like a live service game where the scale down is so low that you are able to execute it even through discovery. It's Moon Dancer. It's the other trial that was pretty meh, and most trials are meh. This will go pretty quick. We didn't land on Soul Harvest. One of these weeks we'll land on Soul Harvest. Just to show how stripped down and out of touch the design is.
It's ironic that we're surrounded by a vacuum, yet here I am, taking away all your air.
I forgot how pompous that guy, the prince, sounded. Oh. Oh. For a moment. Oh,
My time is valued. Show me your worth. The Empire has many in its employ. Here's but a taste. Nowadays, it is expected for live service games to kind of just play themselves, in a way. So, whenever you're trying to like create a quote-unquote challenge, it's always a side advertisement for someone, some content creator who's affiliated with the live service game to cross-promote it by introducing guides and stuff, so that the developer doesn't have to explain any of these things or create like a intuitive design or focus on language or behavioral learning to improve in these games. Which obviously I spent most of my time language learning, explaining the very same thing. Explaining is not the same as understanding, and even then explaining is also not the same as execution. No problem solving involved. And constantly constantly relying on explainers to compensate for not designing proper scaling and encouraging mechanical awareness is the name of the game for at least whatever Cryptic is left over. You nerf to high heaven a normal version, and then you scale it up so that it's egregious for advanced, and then you scale it even more for masters. So then there's like this unwillingness or lack of need to design something that would be responsible for educating and engaging the player in critical problem solving, critical thinking skills. And then you do that just like every other live service game. Not good, not bad. It's nice to have, it would be refreshing to have a game that still have the developers being expected to create some sort of behavioral model or incentive for player growth. And I shall deliver them.
Or they could make the argument that
it's a live service game, so that's what's expected. And then you save those things for single player games, which of course there are quite a lot of single player games out there that gives that reward, the reward of discovering and learning and getting better at a game using problem solving skills. That could be a decent counter argument. That's kind of why these things are more like yap sessions. You're not really learning anything. It's more like a comfy meal that you're used to consuming day in and day out. Is how I treat it, by the way. That's how I treat live service games. Comfy. I think that's one way to understand what you're actually getting out of a live service game. But Neverwinter is still slightly different. It's still trying to hold on, like, bridge two separate things. It's trying to do the, oh, things are still challenging situation, while trying to maintain a live service model. So it's kind of trying to do both, and it's not particularly great at either. There's not enough live service related things that keep people interested, and at the expense they invest a lot into quote unquote a more challenge oriented approach. So it's admirable, sort of. Unfortunately, there isn't sufficient player base to support that. At least I don't think. Like, it's awesome that they want to challenge players, but I think it's out of touch with them maintaining a live service thing.
Blasting holes in my ship. Jump and board their ship to make them pay.
Guests! I hope you find your death accommodating, and if nothing else, your prison cell comforting.
It's kind of like your favorite sandwich. You have to, the sandwich that you want, you have to work really, really hard for the sandwich, as opposed to like you're really tired and you want to eat your favorite thing, and you have to work for it, right? This is live service. Is more like you have your favorite sandwich, your old reliable consistency, so all the things are really consistent. Your sandwich is going to be there when you're able to spend the time just acquiring it, right? Meanwhile, Neverwinter is making it even slightly different. They want you have to work for the sandwich as well. So it's kind of like at odds with each other. On the one hand, live service grows because they're enticing you with lots of good sandwiches and array of things that are conveniently, habitually forming and attractive. Then they try to make you work for it, and then it prevents that from being attractive. But it does keep the players that do want to work for it there in a model that is unrewarding and not sustainable to create consistent quality challenges for those players. So now it's a game that is unattractive to people who like live service games, for what they are, live service games for what they are. And the people that want challenges and quality things will continue to be critical and unfulfilled because it's not a single player game where people are paying to have like really challenging things where you learn how to do them. Kind of tough. Kind of tough. I am looking forward to playing such single-player games very soon, actually.
Slay them in the name of the Zerixus Empire! Leave none alive!
I definitely welcome someone to spin a plausible way that habit formation and consistency type of entertainment, right, escapism and live service thing can gel with high effort, complex design developers who want to keep the game based on its persistent challenges, and then somehow make that and wrap that in to a consistently learning environment for the player base. I genuinely would love to see a game like that, and I would be on board, because it would mean that it's a game that focuses specifically on critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, as opposed to going to the internet and advertising explainers and whatnot to remove the thinking process. I'm still looking for a game like that. I don't know if anyone ever plans on that, or if it's even possible with the current like landscape of gaming. You're either a live service game, it's habitually forming, and it's reliant on the user base to provide the challenge. That's competitive gaming, right? Like Fortnite and whatnot. Or the live service game is where you conveniently build up your collection, like passively over time, which is the more gear you collect, the higher, longer you play the game. It's habit forming. Low resistance, high reward for your time given, or perception of high reward, like virtual goods and whatnot. Even with a pay model, right? Investments over time. I don't know. We'll see if it comes by. I'll most certainly be one of the first to consider playing such a game. There is a game that's on the horizon that has been in the conversation when Neverwinter is brought up and Elder Scrolls Online is brought up, and that's I think it's finally coming out of beta or alpha or whatever it is, and I think it's something Ash. What is it called? It was advertised a long time ago. Ashes of Creation? Yeah, Ashes of Creation is finally coming out, or like maybe that will provide a interesting model. We'll give it another 5 minutes to see if there are any calls, at least in the Alliance or something, for Advanced Soul Harvest. Yeah, that's kind of where Neverwinter is right now. It's at a juncture. It's too late, in my opinion, like too late as in monetarily or business model, to convert this game back into like a hardcore centric, a challenge based, problem solving or cooperative PvE game, right? Because it's been in live service for so long. So now the live service stuff that are in place are supposed to make it so it's habit forming. It's kind of like visiting a cafe or your Starbucks. You're there to get what you want, and then get what you want consistently, so it forms a habit. You log in, you do your dailies, you do your weeklies, it feels good. Every so often a new content shows up and you are entitled to it, as in you invest your time and you might drop cash then, right? However, if you can't drop cash and convenient and you lock it behind, I don't know, some sort of problem solving or some cooperative thing, then that's will bleed the live service appeal. Then it becomes less of a live service. So like trials and dungeons, especially master dungeons and master trials, are at odds with that. So now you have this hybrid of a game where it's not challenging, complex enough because they're working on a live service model. People don't pay for that. And then the live service side don't want that either because they don't have access to those things. It's expecting a consistent demand in a short period amount of time. That's not habit forming. That's a challenge. That is a performance. So it's kind of the difference between people who like vibing and consistency. They enjoy doing something steadily in small spurts. Meanwhile, you throw in exams, and in those exams are the highlights. So they're not in for the exams. They're in for the slow burn situation, which makes it a viable, like, monetary. It complements the monetary gains, right? Consistent drip feeding leads to consistent microtransactions, like gacha games like Persona 5, The Phantom X, or Genshin Impact, right? When you throw in challenges, it is more like subscription-based stuff, or a single-player game, subscription-based stuff specifically, and those things operate on different, like, monetary values. So you in Neverwinter, you kind of have both. So that monetary challenge-oriented thing keeps the game from growing. It does sort of maintain the current population, but the population is receding because they're also a live service game. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation for Neverwinter, regardless. And this has been clear for 6 or 7 years plus, and that's kind of a rough thing. Over the last 12 years, I often thought maybe they would carve out a niche of their own where, hey, this is one of those games where you do get challenges every so often, and the community embraces that while also boasting a live service thing. So you could do both, right? With enough years, you can refine it. But not really. It's pretty clear that in practice, you either have live service games that are like your good cup of coffee that you go each day to have to start your day off, or to end your day, your comfy escapism live service games, or your other habitual competitive games like Fortnite and Arc Raiders and whatnot, which operates on an entirely different model. And they're trying to spin it in a cooperative way, right? Unfortunate that it didn't work out. I would have loved to see when D&D was on the rise, like really resurgence of D&D. I don't think Neverwinter Online was able to capture that. And even this last 2 modules was supposed to capitalize on that. The recent Dungeons and Dragons No Honor Among Thieves, like the more pop culture related thing. But the design is archaic. It's like not with the times. It's incredibly out of touch. Now, if the design was avant-garde enough, sure, I suppose you could stir the pot and swing for the fences. But this is more, you have 2 people, half measures. One is clearly valuing the live service things, so they continues to pander and make things easier, which I like, by the way. I do enjoy that. This module, the campaigning stuff, feels like live service, but then it slaps you right across the face and say, nah, we're not just live service, we're also competitively oriented, challenge oriented live service game. And like, they don't gel together. Like, those two fundamentally, at least not yet, someone haven't found the quote unquote magical formula. So you have immediately, oh hey, this is really fun, this campaign, and then slam, Master's Trials, Advanced Trials, and Master's Dungeons and Advanced Dungeons. Like, oh okay, well I'm just gonna stop playing the game now. All the individuals who's interested in a live service component, like the live service building philosophy, you're building your character, you're building, I don't know, some casual things, mini games, a house, collecting decorations. That's the live service side of things, the comfy side of things. And then they slam it in with their highlight, which is the competitive, cooperative, performance-based stuff. And it crushes whoever comes on. So for every 10 people like, oh, this is kind of cute, and then you play it for like 3 weeks and it's like, no, that the end game is out of your reach because it's not that type of live service game. So they leave. So the player population just doesn't grow at all. It's usually enough to maybe have 1 or 2 people drip feed a little bit of microtransaction, and then that's it. And then the rest is the hardcore player base, which to sustain that type of monetary thing, you have to sell them greater challenges, greater things, like an installment, like Destiny 2 or something like that, where you're selling installments. I think ESO still does that too. And the reason is, from that money, they can create those expansions, those heavier challenges in order to support their bottom line. Like, how are you going to pay your developers and your publishers? Trying to maintain this game is like weird because the developers must create the competitive, cooperative features, and it will be subpar because they have limited resources, because they also have to divert resources to maintaining live service things like the campaign regions and whatnot. So whenever you spend some time on that, it's diminished return. So like the stuff that I enjoy about Neverwinter, that's diminished return. You're not getting new players to play this game based on your live service model. The campaigns do not meet the requirements, in my opinion, both psychologically and behaviorally, to meet that. Persona 5, the Phantom X, does. Despite having leaderboards and stuff, 95% of the stuff is accessible to the people who log in every day to play a little bit, get their coffee, get their fix, and then come back, because they will come back. They're expected to be pandered to, entitled, privileged. That's like you want to trust your burger to treat you right. You want to trust your Starbucks coffee to provide you with the same stimuli. That makes the live service model possible, because it's like passive income, right? You get constant passive income. But I don't think Neverwinter is generating that for the developer and the publisher. Like, they're not getting anything from this. So one way to go about it is to cut out the live service parts. So in a way, I kind of expect them to continue to cut corners on the campaigning and maybe double down on challenges, like 2 trials, or go back to trial and dungeon at the same time in the module and throw away the campaigning stuff. Because the campaigning stuff is giving the false impression that players will have an easy time or they're a comfy time, they just want to do things. That's what campaigning is. And then the other stuff is like, okay, now you can advertise the game with a direct vision. Hey guys, we're going play to win, we're going pay to win, and we're going to make our things really challenging, very big, spend some time on it, and the people who want to buy in, they're already committed. Because there's no right now live service stuff, no commitments. There's like, people don't apply themselves, they want something comfy. So psychologically it's at odds. Like, trials is a big middle finger to all the campaigning stuff, and then the campaigning stuff misleads to what the end game is. And it's a tough place. I mean, I don't envy the developer or the publisher to negotiate. It feels like the developer wants to do both, sort of. I don't know if it's the developer want to do one thing, and then the publisher's like, no, keep maintaining the live service stuff because we could make cash off of it. But it's a sinking ship, in my opinion, in the live service department. So they got to make monetization somewhere else, in my opinion. And I don't know where that is anymore, because it feels like the developers stretched into two directions. They're stretched trying to pander to the live service thing, which I feel like it's a business move. It's definitely it's likely to be the publisher who's incentivizing to, hey, keep this casual, keep pandering to the audience, which works for so many other games that don't have the other part, which in my opinion, when I'm reading the vlogs, like the blogs and the Discord, is that the developers love the idea of making challenge-based game and continue to manage like the old vision of Neverwinter. So like Destiny 2 like design and World of Warcraft like design, but they don't have a existing monetization that would support that. It's kind of like a slow sinking ship right now. I don't expect it to improve if they rip off the banding. Like losing the low number of people who campaign and stuff, and then double downing on the people who do campaign are already the people who do like trials and at masters in advance. The new people who do campaigns, they're not going to stick around for trials and like dungeons, advance, and masters, because they're recruited based on your live service convenience. It's kind of like starting up Persona 5 the Phantom X, and you're like, oh yeah, this is great. The only thing that is restricted from me is using money to buy gacha, to buy banners, but I can play everything else. So like that's where their incentive to spend money. But the accessibility is, they're often always competitive, like in that way. You have access to the entire game. So that's how you do the live service thing, the comfort live service thing. And then the other way is, oh yeah, everything is about focusing on your expression when you're comparing it to other players. But this game doesn't have that either, because the comparison to the other player is among the group that doesn't interact with any other more people. And then the plug is that the challenge stuff, what they're going to do is they're going to try to advertise through their content creator. And there are like 2 or 3 very notable content creators who put out guides and whatnot. And to me, that does exactly the opposite of what they're trying to achieve, which is to create dungeons that are challenging, that requires execution and whatnot, but then the explainers and the way they're advertising takes the challenge out of it. Right? So now we're in this vicious cycle of half of the things make it harder to grow a new group of people, and then the other half misleads and leaves all the sour taste immediately when you reach a point. So on the one hand, feeling a bamboozling, like a bait and switch, and then on the other hand, not good enough for anything. They're hardcore, they're really skilled players, they know this game in and out, but the challenges and the things that are released are just not good enough. And the developer is not one to be blamed for that, or the publisher, kind of, because they kind of inherited a expectation that is so tough to solve in both ways. And I'm kind of curious how the executives and the developers are thinking how they keep splitting this. It's one of those games now where you have a contradiction in its design, like by nature. That's kind of what my thought is. Oh, and by the way, since I was rambling and yapping for the last 20 minutes, not a single message in any channel. So that's to illustrate, like, yay, you're doing trials and stuff. It's like, but it's like 2 hours of the day, and it's only like the first 3 weeks of your module, and then the rest is just your live service people. The live service people continue that, like the weeklies and dailies continue to populate and do over time, but they become less and less interested because there's no bolstering for activities for that. It's like a half platform and half not platform, and that's what I do. So this is illustrating. I basically get on, I do some random dungeons, random queues, and fingers crossed for an interesting thing that is accessible. Soul Harvest, both Soul Harvests were incredibly inaccessible. The campaign stuff is, as per usual, it's expected to pander to you and be accessible, but the trials are not. So they're irrelevant. They might as well not exist. For myself personally, not for the people that they're targeting. And then the gear, you might as well put blank pages on it. I don't know. I'm sorry to whoever. I'm sorry and kind of not sorry at the same time, because they could voice their indifferences and whatnot. But all these pages that whoever took time and decide on these designs, it's irrelevant to anyone who does not have access to the trials. And that's pretty much everyone outside of the already selected groups. Right? I don't even look at these things anymore. If it's announced that it's a trial, then you just can't do it. And if it's announced as a dungeon, you might still can't do it, because Masters is discriminatory. Their design is incredibly discriminatory. And people, like, in my opinion, if you're choosing to play a game, especially a live service game, do not pick a discriminatory one, which would be this one. If you're in it to be elitist, skill-based, performance, give Neverwinter a try. Because when you think you have the right, like, righteous indignation, right? Like, when you think you can crush and break this game, you might find friends and like people to hang out with in the end game. For me, I don't dedicate anything to this. I don't think the challenges are great, in my opinion, personally. I don't think they're very challenging at all, actually, in the long run, because it's half measures. They're trying to maintain live service and having to split their resources. They're very limited resources. When you want a challenging game, right, go and play a single player game or a closed game where the focus is on that. So it's like casual. The biggest barrier to the challenge component of Neverwinter is people. The lack of people. Like, there's nothing going on here. Like, I still talked for another 4 minutes and there's absolutely no one. And that is what my comment is. When someone, I think it's incredibly out of touch when they say, hey, it's so exciting, here's another trial. And then it's like, next time don't worry, we're gonna go back to the regular schedule. It's like, stop going back to the regular schedule, in my opinion. Release dungeons, reduce the number of players, make 1-player dungeons, 3-player dungeons, and 5-player dungeons. If you want to bridge closer to not having people feel like you bait and switch them into something where, like, oh yeah, I tried this game, it was great for the first month, and then I just got crapped on by the design because the developer is so out of touch with recruiting new players. That's what you're gonna get. And then the occasional hardcore person who hops on is like, oh yeah, let's go and get to the end game. And they do get to the end game, and then they realize, like, it's a bunch of people who just break all the things because the developer is trying to straddle between spending time making things approachable and nerf to high heaven, which doesn't promote very much confidence in their design, and then super hard and excessively hard but generic and not challenging enough because they didn't invest all their resources in that. But then those hardcore people would criticize whatever they release over and over again. It's kind of an all-around bad feeling, honestly. Again, this is my perspective, like, from my perspective, not really I don't think I'm trying to make anyone out to be a villain. I think there is a lose-lose situation here. It's kind of a consistent feeling of sadness for a game that is over a decade old. And then you might be thinking, well, you might be over dramatic. There's no game that's kind of in this position while still going up. Warframe. I mean, Destiny 2 is getting close to that time, and they've met with lots of backlash for, you know, other things, but not necessarily for design. And then, of course, the elephant in the room would be World of Warcraft, but World of Warcraft operates on an entirely different business model. So is Final Fantasy 14. It's kind of a little Debbie Downer, but that's the experience. This is the live service experience, not the dungeons, not the trials, not the thing that honestly I would pay for if it guaranteed that I have accessibility to it. So like suddenly it's not free to play, and to access the dungeons they invested everything into like a bundle in which you pay for. So then when the people pay for that bundle, there's a reset. Everyone then has to play in that condition and learn from that condition because of the commitment. That could be a way. It's kind of a really tough ask. Or commit entirely to the live service side and scale down all of your advanced dungeons and your master dungeons and stop creating segregation and accessibility challenges, but more entertainment, right? Make the way to create live service as a viable model is it's designed to be entertaining, not challenging. Like there's two different things, and I'm for a challenging thing as long as it's unapologetic and accessible, like to engage in the challenge, which I can't. You know, I can't actually engage in that challenge anymore. Definitely not anymore. And then or entertainment, and I can feel free. Like I would love to tell people like, hey, you know, the developers took a change of heart. Now they're all about entertainment. There's this thing to do. You can do this thing. You can do this thing. Right now, if you log in, you can do all of these things and it will suck up so much of your time. Definitely drop a few bucks here and there because they will release so many mini games and whatnot. That's live service. Or the other way is like, oh yeah, right now I spent the last 6 hours hanging out with these people trying to crush out this thing. In another 3 months they're going to release another $15 like really challenging, well developed thing, and you have to buy it. But trust me, it's worth it because the people who buy into it, they really love like committing to this stuff and problem solving. Either or, in my opinion, not both. Right now, I don't think it works for both, where you have both of these types of communities collide. They legitimately dislike each other a lot of times, right? All their human behavior and their thought process, they're conflicting. The one that wants to go into a Starbucks and drink the same coffee that they have the last 300 days versus the guy that goes in and they like, Starbucks is basic. Let me go buy a boutique coffee because it's all about the new experiences and the challenges that come with new experiences. That's Neverwinter in a nutshell. Masters, Advance, those are new experiences. Normal versions of everything doesn't even relate to Advance or Masters. It's a way to placate and fulfill maybe the publisher's requirement for maintaining casual free-to-play things, but then those people play and it's like, well, it's only there to lull you into trying to like do something that you can't even do. Sound like a broken record? I'll probably talk about this less and less as we go, because I'm pretty sure the next module will probably be my last, if not this one. It's like look at this. It says 99 days, right? That's another 3 months of live service bait and switch things in order to set you up for a disappointment. And the dungeon is probably going to be exciting for me momentarily, only to realize that, oh yeah, the players that you have to play with aren't going to be available, like, because they have a design that immediately alienates any players from joining. The players that are excited about these things, the trial and the dungeon, they already have their players. Like, they already know when they're going to play this, how long it's going to take, how often they're going to do it, and they're going to do it well, and then complain about how mediocre it is, maybe not balanced enough or not challenging enough. Those players are kind of running the show, right? I'm not part of that player base, so naturally we'll probably go check out something that will replace this. My thought is it's either going to be the new BDO, the Pearl Abyss game that might show up soonish. I'm not sure about a MiHoYo title, but there are MiHoYo titles along on the horizon. It's really about timing. And then there's Ashes of Creation, so that's probably where I'll leave it. Might be different. It's kind of disappointing now to say this, but now it's neither casual friendly because of the bait and switch, you know, casual friendly as in the live service thing, and it's no longer accessible in the other end, because I don't think those things are challenging personally. I think they're rudimentary, they're reductive because there's limited resources, and they pander to an audience that I don't even know if they get reward from doing that anymore. It's not rewarding to me anymore. Even completing the stuff isn't really rewarding because they're trying to squeeze time out of it. So they're applying live service model theory to the challenges. Hey, okay, now we know you beat our trial like 3 times within the first day, and then all the rest of the time it's not going to be any different anymore. So I hope you guys have fun clearing our trial 600 times to get the one thing, and hope that the 600 experiences, as you collectively get more runs past, it becomes more and more satisfying. Hear me out. How do the other live service games change that in order to provide consistency? They rotate things. So when you're doing like a dungeon or like a mini game or something, it rotates every 2 or 3 weeks. So the action and the mechanics still kind of stay the same, but the conditions and modifiers keep changing. So technically you're not doing the same thing every, like, for 600 times. You're doing similar things with a spin every so often. And then a module drops, quote unquote module, a patch drops, and it rotates, a patch drops. So it's like your favorite coffee, slightly modified. Your favorite coffee, slightly modified. Okay, now we have your seasonal version of your coffee, slightly modified, over and over again. That's the slice of life, live service kind of pandering. Challenges, trials, don't do that. And then applying live service by saying, oh, you know, we designed this trial really well. We're sure that they are willing to play 800 runs with a 0.1% chance of getting the loot that they want. Pretty sure they're gonna stay for that. That's like incredibly out of touch. So the combination of whatever Dika and Cryptic and like the publisher holder, they're like half-seas in things, and they create out of touch things because they have to accommodate two different types of people or two different contrasting thinking. I do not get reward from like beating a trial and then expecting that the challenge is rewarding after another 1,000 times. Maybe the first 30 or 40 times ish, if I even have access to that, which this does not exist. Like, look at how barren this is. Like, you have these players here. There's been 2 messages in 40 minutes. And that's being part of an active alliance. And it is also part of an active alliance that are associated with the same content creators that are complicit in not offering ways to, you know, bolster their position. Anyways, that's a wrap for Neverwinter, the 3rd week. 7 more to go, right? 7 more to go, and maybe we'll get some footage of the nerfed normal version of Soul Harvest that doesn't even represent anything of the advanced and master version. My personal desire or my personal projection is that they keep master, advanced, and normal the same, and they scale down the damage factors and other and the mathematical factors so that the normal one can see all of the mechanics that exist in advanced and masters. Like this segregation of mechanics and treating people too stupid to understand something or go online and read about everything before you actually engage in that expectation. That's incredibly myopic. Like, people who like challenges take information, integrate them, and use those information. People who don't like challenges, well, if you're telling them to go and read that explainer in the first place, then you don't expect that those player bases to even develop problem solving skills and critical thinking skills to raise to the challenge of your design in the first place. And that is what Neverwinter is. And if it's not a video game, stop being out of touch with Gen Z and the internet, for example. Language learning is very similar. People look up explanations on how to learn a language, but do not understand how to learn the language using their own experience. For this game, you don't create new challenges or constantly be welcomed to be excited about new challenges if the player base is constantly having things expected to be explained to them. Developers design in a manner that they're either pandering to people who are already familiar with things, or they have those people explain things and then therefore am puzzled about why new players are like, they don't understand, they don't know how to problem solve. Most players and people who operate on the internet are very intelligent people, or at least they have the capacity to want to problem solve and critically think. But if you're designing a game with a model that makes it so that you rely on explanation, then you can't make challenging games. You're not able to make challenging games and have good constructive feedback because you're built on explanations. I mean, at least in my opinion, I spend a large majority of the time participating in problem solving critical thinking skills. And this screams on the surface, we wanted to make it live service, but we can't because we keep sticking to old things that expect players to critically think, meanwhile pandering to people who keep explaining things to everyone. On the internet, that is a chronic behavior that's expected now. If you can't solve a problem, you have it explain it to you. And when you have it explain it to you, you don't solve any problems. You don't know how to solve any problems yet. It's not that anyone is incapable of solving problems. It's not comforting. If you didn't practice learning to fail and learning from your mistakes, then the majority of your player base will not have that personality, right? At least in my opinion. and you're wondering, do these populations exist? Yes, they do. Single player games have these existing populations. Silent Hill players or FromSoft players, most of your roguelike games and your deck builders. And this game is not those models. They're not pay to play models. They're live service models. At least in my opinion. So that's a wrap for Neverwinter for the 3rd week. I'm kind of curious if anyone ever even interested in the behavioral consequences of these games, and then how the developers and publishers can use that understanding of their audience, the behavior of their audience, to make a environment that is both monetarily profitable while at the same time encouraging healthy player user experience with the developers. This is not one of them. This is not a great example of it. Perhaps it might change in the future. We'll see. So until then, if you're gonna watch this later, thank you. Feel free to offer. You're welcome to, join in. It's free to play, right? But be aware, it's a bait and switch when it comes to accessibility. It's a live service game, but has a barrier near the end. So temper your expectations. And I welcome anyone to come on by and yap during these sessions. I'm usually only playing the live service portion of the game, which leaves for very comfy coffee table talk. We can, exchange stories, yap about our lives, our relationships with habit formation and critical thinking skills. Sure, language learning is a great topic. Probably not politics and religion, but we could try. That's kind of what there used to be, something like that here. You're perfectly welcome to come on by and contrast and counter argue, offer counterpoints to, like, oh yeah, Neverwinter's doing well, it's transitioning and there's improvement. I would love to hear other narratives about this. More than welcome to do so. Until next time, play responsibly. Choose your games in a manner that keeps you happy and consistent, and play them in a manner that meets your expectations, so you do not form a toxic relationship or dependency on the game. Much like I'm kind of trying to illustrate. I'm neither angry nor frustrated. I'm playing the game in a capacity that reflects my investment in the game. So hopefully others do that as well. Until next time, reset next week, and maybe some interesting patches will come up and whatnot. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.